To see you all this morning. Particularly well done to those who made the 8:30 slot. It was always a question mark. So there was so much to pack in. Do we go early and finish earlier, or start slightly later and finish later? And we were just thinking, Worcester traffic is a nightmare after 4 o'clock. So our promise to you is we'll get you out of the door by 4, and you might have a chance of getting home by tea time. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare. Anyway, so that's thank you for that. We had some great sessions this morning. And we're really excited now to be turning our attention towards this one. One last thing from me before we start. Obviously, we'd love to know what you think about this conference and how this is we develop it going forward. To that end, over lunch, the admin team will be sending you a little evaluation questionnaire to fill in, which we'd love you to do. There will also be people handing you at the final coffee station with iPads, trying to get you to fill them in there. So if you could do one or the other, that would really help us. And we've obviously done particularly stuff that helps us to do better. I think there was another notice I was supposed to give, but I didn't write it down, so I forgot. So let's crack on with the meaningful stuff. It's my very great pleasure to introduce Diane Culver to you. When I was writing the notes for this, writing the initial plans for the conference, Diane's was the first name I wrote down. I'm really excited about what she's got to say to us this morning. Diane is an associate professor in the School of Human Kinetics at the University of Ottawa, and that's where she completed her MA and PhD. Many people in the room will be familiar with Diane's work and know that the name Culver is kind of synonymous with social learning theory and communities of practice. And those are the topics which she's researched throughout her career extensively and with great quality. So using social learning theory, Diane's work has led her to work with many different sports organisations. I'm sure she'll talk about some of those today. And most recently has included some superb work in Paris Sport, which again has reinforced how much we wanted her to come and be part of our inclusive family, particularly here at Worcester. So we're really excited about her from that perspective. Diane is editorial on the editorial board of the Canadian Journal for Women in Coaching, and she's a member of the research committee of the Coaching Association for Canada. On a personal note, and part of the reason that motivated the invite, I've always found that when you read Diane's work, you feel like you're a better educator because of it, and that you learn and you grow because of it. And partly for that reason, you can't get through the master's degree that we run here without reading a Culver paper at least every other week, as we put it in front of you. So her work for us is just really important and really inspirational and influential. So we're thrilled that Diane agreed to speak to us today, and I'm sure you're excited to hear her speak too. So, making difference for coach education, supporting and assessing learning across the landscape of practice. Please welcome Diane.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Don. I'm humbled by your introduction, and thank you to you and Andy and all the team for this great conference, which I have to confess before your invite I did not know about. And I've said a number of times since yesterday that I would certainly promote this as a fantastic conference for those interested in coach education. I would like to be able to have some Canadians show up here the next time in a couple of years. Do you know where it's going to be?
Not yet.
Not yet. Anyway, keep me in touch. So, right, without further ado, I will carry on with this presentation, which I called Making a Difference, and you'll see why. That's because recently the theorist Etienne Wenger, who is now Etienne Wenger Trainer, married to Beverly Trainer. They both changed their name to Wenger Trainer, in case you're wondering what that's all about. They have sort of reconceptualized this in a sort of simple fashion, all about making a difference in social learning spaces, which I'll talk to you a little bit more about. But essentially, it involves three main activities, which is engaging in uncertainty, paying attention to data, and caring to make a difference. So those are sort of the three, if you like, foundational pieces that if you want to be successful to make a difference in a social learning space, you should keep in mind. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to tell you a little bit about my trajectory, how I got into this interest in this theory. I will do a kind of primer on social learning theory in the three different phases, and apologies to a few people that have seen this before, perhaps. And then I will talk to you about the value creation framework and talk about social learning for coach developers with some examples. Okay, so, and I will stop once in a while and ask you to chat amongst yourselves and reflect on a couple of things. Right, so why me, why this theory? This is a little brief pictogram of my biography, if you like. So I was an athlete, an alpine skier, moved rather quickly, stopped around age 20 and moved into coaching immediately. And quite quickly was asked a couple of years later to be an assistant coach for the national women's team. And the next year was actually the B team coach. And I was very excited when that happened. I was a little nervous. I thought, oh, really? Do I have enough experience for this? But then I thought, oh, this is great. I'm going to learn from all these people around me. And I was so excited about that. But in actual fact, after those 2 years, I was really disappointed that I didn't really learn, other than observing, didn't learn a lot from the coaches around me. I didn't find that there was a good sharing attitude or anything, so I was frustrated by that, quite seriously frustrated. So I actually went back and went from coaching the national team and provincial teams to teaching skiing. I went to a ski area that was known for producing level 4 ski instructors, which is in Canada we've had since 1938, the Canadian Ski Instructors Alliance, which is really trained ski instructors for that amount of time, and very professional organization. And so I thought, I'll go to this ski area and I will start from the ground up. I will learn what makes a ski turn from learning how to teach beginners right up. My friends in the ski school who all wanted to be coaches and national team coaches couldn't believe that I would do that. And it was the best thing I ever did as far as learning and learning technique. So then from then I went on and went back into coaching and coached at all different levels, including in New Zealand and Canada. And so since then, it's been of great interest to me about how coaches learn how to coach basically on the job and how we can help each other learn. So when I decided to go back to school, which if you're a high performance ski coach, it's almost impossible if you have small children because it's a sport that you have to travel a lot. So I thought, okay, I got to reassess here. How am I going to do this with 3 kids? So I went back to school. Never thought I was going to do a PhD and become a professor, but then I thought I'll study sports psychology. So at least after coaching all those years, I knew how important the mental side was. I thought I'll be a sports psychology consultant. And in my first class of my PhD, lo and behold, the professor arrived with this purple book, which is the Communities of Practice book. I probably read that book about 6 times at different times. How many of you are familiar with this book in this room? Okay, and you've actually engaged in reading it. It's a heavy read. It's quite hard work to get through. But as soon as I saw it, I went, oh, like this is exactly what I would have liked to have had, those years ago when I started coaching. So it just seemed really intuitive to me and something that has kept my interest ever since then. So I'm really thrilled to be here because of this 20-year journey with this theory, and really I kind of felt like I was the only person in sport doing this for a while, and then about 10 years later, so about 10, 11 years ago, it started to catch on slowly. But I feel that having been invited to something like this is really, for me, was my kind of one of my dream goals, you could say. So thank you for listening and letting me share. All right, so this is a slide that actually Pierre Trudel, my colleague, made years ago about the sources of coaching knowledge. And I think what's important for us here is we see the different, obviously there's a science of coaching, which often is accessed through journals and university studies, education programs outside of university, like in Canada, we have the National Coaching Certification Program, the internet, of course, and finally experience. And of course, much research shows us that coaches say they learn, probably in most cases, they say the most from their coaching experience. So coaching, learning from experience, of course, falls in the realm of, rather than knowledge acquisition, which we might call learning in formal settings, it falls into the realm of learning through participation. Learning through participation is a foundational principle of social learning theory. So if we look a little closer at some of the theories involved in learning through experience, we can say that, experiential learning theory and reflection, we can have the individual side of it. So people like Colum, Merzo, Schoen, Gilbert and Trudel, somebody presented that yesterday in a presentation, the reflective conversation. Those are all examples of more access on the individual, even though, of course, the individual will sometimes access other people in their reflections, like in the reflective conversation of Wade Gilbert. And then there's collective reflection. And this comes out mostly of the business literature from about 20 odd years ago. Sort of things like action learning, action science, communities of practice, and collaborative inquiry are all examples of collective reflection and learning from experience. Okay, so this is a little cartoon that Beverly Wenger Trainer actually drew last year. She's so amazed that people are actually using this because she kind of just did it for fun. But it's very simple, and it helps you understand what social learning is about. I'm going to read it to you, and I'm going to have to move over here to do that because I'm not sure that you can read it. But if we start up on the top left there's a bunch of people, and they say, we do stuff together because we want to make a difference. Moving to the next slide, or the next square, I love being with others who recognize the difference I want to make and who also appreciate my uncertainty. And then in the one on the top right, I get ideas, tools, friendship, and a network. Moving down to the one with the big shovel. And then I take that back and put them into use. And then I see the effect. And then I take that report on that effect back into my group at the top. Okay, so we can see very clearly that it is like an action learning cycle, right? So there's some collective reflection, individual reflection within that collective space. There's a taking of some ideas back, putting it into practice, seeing how that works, and then bringing it back to the group. That essentially is what social learning is. Okay, so the quick primer on the theory, the development of the theory. So there are 3 phases, and also I'll talk to you about the value creation framework. All right, so the assumptions underlying social learning theory. Number 1, humans are fundamentally social beings. Learning is at the core of our existence. If we weren't good learners, we wouldn't be here today. Probably some other species would be here. And very importantly, and very important part of this theory is that as we learn, we become. So learning and identity development are intricately connected. All right, so what I would like you to do right now, first little reflective break, is I want you to, at your table, pick one of the 3 social learning theory assumptions and discuss it with your neighbors, just for a minute or two. What does it mean to you? I actually do this in my undergrad coaching class. They do these breakout conversations all the time, and it's a problem-based approach. So they're doing their work in their workbooks, and they're talking to each other, and they're coming back in. So I always tell them, you know, this is a good exercise in focus, because you got to focus in here, focus out, come back in again. And occasionally I have to use my coaching whistle to get their attention, get them back. But thank you for coming back on point. So I'm not sure what your discussions were about, but I think one table here mentioned that third one about as we learn, we become is a very one that'll be important to them as they go forward. I think the person's a coach of a football team, I believe, right? Is it Rick? Yeah. Okay, so carrying on from there, what exactly are social learning spaces? Well, they are places of genuine encounters among learners where they can engage in their experience of practice. So it is important to remember that, you know, this is a theory that is related to practice. Okay, it's actually all about the practice. All right, so everything comes back to practice. A social learning space can be anything from a one-on-one conversation to a community of practice with hundreds of members. For example, a number of businesses, you can go online and search communities of practice, and there's a video, YouTube of I think it might be BHP, or anyway, it's a large Australian mining company. And there's certain type of engineers has a community of practice, and it's all over the world. And they give an example of how they had trouble with this big digger machine. They took a year to solve this problem where I think the brake kept coming on or something like that. And then same thing happened at a mine in the US, and the supervisor said, oh, let's just go and see on the community of practice if anybody else has had this problem. And they tried the sort of, following the manual type troubleshooting, and that hadn't worked. They went online, found that these people in Australia had the same problem. It took them 9 or 10 months to solve the problem. In Australia, bang, they solved it that day in California. So that's hundreds and hundreds of members. So really, there was for quite a while a debate about, what's a community of practice and what's a network and so on and so forth. But the important thing is that actually they're all different kinds of social learning spaces. So like a workshop can be a social learning space. A conference like this can be one, as Don has over in our social learning space over there. So anything from one-on-ones to hundreds of people. Just as far as the fundamental key concepts of social learning theory, first of all, there's meaning, identity, community, and practice. So you've already heard some of those words. What does meaning mean? It's about what is our experience? What is the meaning of our experience? Who are we becoming for identity? Community, where do we belong? Where do you want to hang your hat? What's important to you as part of your identity? And practice, about what are we doing? So fairly fundamental, like I say, the practice. Don't forget the practice. The first phase of the theory. Okay, this is when Wenger was an anthropologist, actually in computer science. He wrote his PhD in artificial intelligence. And he just happened to write this monograph about learning with Jean Lathe, which was noticed by the people at the Palo Alto Research Institute for Learning or something, a fellow called John Seeley Brown, he saw it and said, oh, you have to publish this. And that's what the 1991 book was about, Situated Learning. So in this book, they studied apprenticeships. And in these apprenticeships, there's obviously a movement where the learner, and this is Vygotsky, someone was talking about Vygotsky over here at this table, the idea of the zone of proximal development where you're learning from someone who's just a little bit further advanced than you are is often how it worked in the apprenticeship. So you didn't often interact if you were a new apprentice with the master, but you interacted with an apprentice that was a little ahead of you, and you gradually, through this legitimate peripheral participation, you move towards the core of the practice. In this type of community, the competence is controlled by the master or by the guild of the masters, okay? So there's a regime of competence that's fairly well fixed by the master, and that is what the apprentice is moving towards. And so that is the phase one of the theory. Okay, so in this, a community of practice is the one that defines the competence. So if we think of, for instance, I don't know, College of Surgeons or so, something, Royal College of Surgeons, they're the ones who decide if other surgeons are competent, right? In Canada, in the National Coaching Certification Program, if you become certified, it's your sport, your community that evaluates you and says, yes, you are competent to coach at a certain level. There is a danger in this phase one type of community of practice of what we're calling ossification. So basically that means that it becomes a very rigid set of competencies controlled by this master or this guild of masters, and there's a danger that there's no longer any, let's say, negotiation of meaning and advancement of the practice. Okay, so that is a possible danger of a phase one community of practice. So you can, perhaps there's been criticisms. Chris, where are you, Chris? Yeah. So in our 2008 paper, your commentary very intelligently promoted, noticed that, well, there could be a possibility of sort of a group think or just a reproduction of knowledge. And this could be the case in this type of phase one community of practice. So this idea is fairly new in the idea of ossification, and Wenger is now saying that really there's kind of a phase one type of community of practice and a phase two community of practice. Okay, so as an example, going back to those three assumptions underlying the social learning theory and talk a little bit more of about identity development, I was asked by some colleagues in our sport management discipline of our school to contribute to some work that they're doing with the Youth Olympic Games. All right, so we published this paper last year, I think it was, about trying to understand the youth athletes' experience at the Lillehammer Winter Games in 2016. And then we went back last year to Buenos Aires in the Summer Games, and we're carrying on that. We'll be having another paper coming out soon. But essentially, in the mission of the IOC for the Youth Olympic Games, they were quite highly criticized when they first came out with the idea, because it was at the same time as this whole concept of long-term athlete development was coming out, and sort of the idea that you were going to have an Olympic Games for youth seemed to go against the idea of developing well-rounded athletes, right? So they kind of, and then initially, Rogue, whose idea it was, he was the president at the time, he said, oh no, well, there's a worldwide obesity problem with children, we want to change that. And people said, okay, hold on here a second, Youth Olympic Games is not going to change the problem of obesity in the world. So then they kind of thought, no, okay, well, we want to do more than just have it as a pathway to the Olympics, to high performance sport. We want to create a broader sense of Olympism in the world. Wow, what just happened? It's like the mic just came on. Do I even need that? Anyway, so their mission is that they want to create these young people that will have an attachment to the idea of the Olympics, and that will go back to their communities and promote the values of the Olympics and so on. So when the initial research was started, they were asking in their interviews the athletes, well, what are the Olympic values? Do you know the Olympic values? Some of the young athletes had been well schooled by their national Olympic committees, so they actually were able to reel off, excellence, friendship, and so on, respect. But many of them had not memorized those values. And when my colleagues were looking at the results, they were going, well, there's something here, but we're missing what the learning is. And so they asked me if I would look at it, and I looked at it from a social learning theory viewpoint, and really you realize that they were saying things in the interviews like, well, so how has your experience here changed you? So the youth answers, well, now, I'm seen in my community as a person who's been to the Youth Olympic Games. I will go back to my school, back to my community, and I will, promote friendship and worldwide interaction and so on. They have an Olympic village, just like the Olympics. It's really quite an amazing experience for these young people between 15 and 18 years old. So essentially, they were saying, wow, I realize now I could actually see myself going to the Olympics. So their identity was changing. They were learning about moving into the world of the Olympics by their experience there. So that's just, for me, that's a good example of how, as we learn, we become. All right, so this second phase is the famous purple book I was talking about before, and the definition of communities of practice from a more applied book in 2002, which is groups of people who share a concern, a set of problems, or a passion, I would say, and a passion, about a topic, and who deepen their knowledge and expertise in this area by interacting on an ongoing basis. Okay, so this phase is about new learning partnerships, about emerging learning partnerships, about negotiating competence within your practice. And if you look carefully in this picture, you'll see some people in this room. So this was actually at, it looks like a lot of fun, and it was, but it was at the end of a hard day of work. So the Wenger trainers, they hold 4-day workshops, type of retreats where you engage with about this many people on the theory. It's very, very fascinating and very interesting. I have been to like 9 of them now over the last 8 years or 9 years, and every year you learn so much. So I was thrilled to have Victoria and Don participate in one this year. So this is the first one where sport actually took over the world. We were 6 from sport, 1 from business, and 1 from medicine. Usually I was the person in sport with all the business and other education people, etc. Okay, so Three basic common elements of the community of practice: the domain, the community, and the practice. So these are things that you need to think about if you are trying to create a community of practice. You want to ask questions like, for a domain, is there a sense of common identity? Is there a shared learning need? Is the learning imperative there? That's what's going to drive the activities of the community. For the community, are the right people there to discuss the challenges that you have in your practice? You know, is it worth you spending time with these people? Are these the people that you think can help you advance your practice? And in terms of the practice, if these people are talking about their challenges, is it actually going to be relevant to me in most cases? Of course, in most communities of practice, you will have different levels of participation. So some people will be very much at the core, very active, there all the time, taking a leadership role and so on. Some people may be more on the core and just depending on what time is in their own practice or what topic is being addressed, then they will be more involved or less involved. So we don't expect everybody in a community of practice to have the same degree of participation commitment. Okay, so what makes a community practice stick together? The three basic elements that do this are mutual engagement, which means you're engaging in a common practice, but not necessarily in a common way. And this is why if we were all doing it in a common way, then we would get to that ossification and there would be no further advancement of the practice. So it's important that there is actually some differences in the way that we practice and we talk about this. There's a joint enterprise, which is negotiated, okay, but again, not unanimous, all right? And this joint enterprise always brings uniqueness. So for instance, you can go to a coaching course and you can learn all the things you learn at your course, and then you go back into your practice and you start to put those into practice, but there's some little hiccups, things don't actually work exactly the way, you thought they might work. So what do? Well, if we have a community that we can rely on and we can talk about this, we go back and we discuss it and people give you some ideas. You might co-create some new ideas and you're going to go back and put that into your practice. So what you're doing is you're actually making your knowledge that you picked up in your formal coaching class very, very indigenous to the practice. Okay, so it's helping move that formal knowledge into a very localized setting. And then there's the third element, which is the shared repertoires. There's really the history of the community's learning. And this includes things like Daniel, right? It's Daniel who was talking about language yesterday. This includes things like the words we use to explain things, making certain tools and other things that we share, which are, as it says, they're the history of our mutual engagement. And they're important if we are going to have our practice be understood across different areas of the domain. Okay, so some myths. Okay, you're going to discuss this. Communities of practice are harmonious, they are consensual, and they should reproduce existing good practices. So just talk about that for 1 minute. 1 minute. How long a minute can seem depending on what you're doing. So like in my sport, many competitions last a minute. It seems like a long time, but it goes very fast. All right, so what do we think? Communities of practice are harmonious. Hands up if that is a myth. Good. Yes. They are consensual. Hands up if that's a myth. Yeah, you're up. It is a myth. They are not consensual. So remember, we were saying that they engage in these mutual engagement, but not in a common way, and that actually not unanimously, right? Because this is what moves the practice forward. If we all just agree, that's called groupthink in psychology. That's a reproduction of existing practices. And finally, that they should reproduce existing practice. Well, no, obviously I just said so. Okay, so yes, in some cases you will reproduce existing practice. Not that sharing best practices is not part of it, but it's not the end goal of a community of practice. It should not be the only goal. You want to keep moving the practice ahead by changing things. Okay, on to phase 3. So this book came out in 2015, and essentially the story goes that Wenger was sitting in a friend's law office, and he was looking at the whole back wall full of law books, and he thought to himself, okay, there's no one lawyer in the world, except for what's his name on Suits, maybe, who has that memory, remembers everything. There's nobody, no lawyer in the world that will know everything in all of those books, okay? And he thought to himself, it's extremely rare that all of the knowledge of one profession would be held in one community of practice. In fact, it's much more a landscape of practice. So in law, you'll have your family lawyers, you'll have your, corporate lawyers, you'll have your immigration lawyers, and so on and so forth. So you have these a landscape has a whole bunch of different communities of practice and all the networks and various different social spaces involved in that profession. All right, so this scaling up is very exciting because it allows us to move beyond just the local practice if we want to change things. And I'll give you some examples to help try and explain that. So within the landscape, you have these boundaries. So you have different communities of practice that maybe bump up against each other but aren't actually interacting with each other on a regular basis. These boundaries are places where there's a good opportunity for learning. So if we think about sport, this would be maybe something like in parasport, the IST team may include a doctor who knows a lot about certain disabilities. Well, that doctor is not in the same community as practice as the parasport coaches, but this is like coming on and off. But the interaction that could be configured between the coaches' community of practice and the medical fraternity could be very useful for advancing the practice of the coaches. So the boundaries are very important areas for potential learning. And in a landscape of practice, apart from learning across the boundaries, you also, as an individual, have to find yourself. You have to decide what hills of competency you're really going to plant your identity on, because you can't plant your identity on every hill. Okay, so you may be way up the top of the hill of competency of one area and way down in another, and you may not be at all involved in a third community of practice or hill of competence in your landscape of practice. So as you move through the landscape in your work, you are modulating your identity as you go. All right, so an example of this actually is, actually, Wenger tells the story of when he went to, he's a visiting professor, I think it is at Brighton or Bristol, one of them. Anyway, he when he first went there, he was taken out to dinner by the director. And the next day, the director, they had a bottle of wine. And the next day, the director says, oh, did you enjoy the wine? Because Etienne hadn't, he said, thank you for dinner. He didn't say anything about the wine. And it turns out that the director had bought this really fancy bottle of wine to kind of impress Etienne. But as Etienne said, I felt a little bit badly because, you know, he'd obviously gone out of his way, but he said it did not affect my identity at all because I have no interest in wine. I don't care whether I know whether it's a good bottle of wine or a bad bottle of wine. It's just not a hill of competency that I'm going to stake my identity on. So it was no threat to his identity when he realized that he hadn't recognized that it was a great bottle of wine. Okay, so that kind of, it's an interesting concept to think about. In your daily life with your practices, where are the hills of competency that you really plant your identity on? Because there's no point wasting your time fretting about, you know, some hill that isn't actually that important to your identity. And then there's these three concepts which are also in this first two stages, which is engagement, imagination, and alignment. So that means that you're, obviously engagement we've talked about. Imagination is like, so you see yourself as part of a bigger system. And this, with the landscape approach, becomes more clear. So for instance, the coaches that we work with in Parasport, they're national level coaches. Who's part of their bigger system? Well, Canadian Paralympic Committee. Own the Podium, which is our high performance funding body in Canada. These are other organizations that are not part of their community practice, but they need to align with them in order to do their job better and to get funding. Okay, so just to summarize, between a community practice, we talk about the hill of competence. In a landscape, again, going back to this question of where you're going to plant your identity, you will not be competent or expert in all of the hills in your landscape, all right? What you need to be, if you want to work on a landscape level, is you need to be knowledgeable. So it's more about, it's not about knowing everything, it's about knowing who knows what. Because you, if you're going to work as a social learning leader, are going to be a connector. It's one of the things you're going to do. So you need to know, within the landscape, who knows what. And both of them are driven by this learning ethic all the time, okay? The learning ethic around the practice. Okay, so I want to move on a little bit to social learning leadership. What does it look like? Because I want you all to become social learning leaders. So what do you think a social learning leader would look like? I want you to talk about that for a minute at your table. A person that would lead a community of practice or work across a landscape. What kind of qualities would that person have? Anybody want to shout out a quality or a trait?
Mediator.
Beg your pardon?
Mediator.
A mediator. Okay, good. Anything else? Excuse me? A listener. Very good. Yeah. Anything else? A facilitator. Yeah. Any more?
Someone who understands the complexity and multifaceted nature of stuff.
Yeah, yeah, somebody who looks beyond just the surface, right? Okay, so, well, those are all good answers. And the person also has to be driven and passionate, persistent. These are, I look at these and I think, wow, this is like a good coach, right? You have to be willing to work at the edge of the status quo, so shake things up a little bit. You need to be, like we said, knowledgeable about the different competencies in the landscape. And I think that was about it. Oh, strategic. Yes, that's very important. And I'm going to talk to you some more about that because I'm going to go into the value creation framework, which touches on the importance of strategic conversations as a social learning leader. Okay, so in a community of practice, a social learning leader is definitely a facilitator, okay? You're enabling collaboration between individuals in the community of practice. So you would encourage them to talk about the issues and the challenges they're having in their practice, to go out and to share things, to go out and try different things, perhaps to bring in an expert to help them with some things, and then take that out and apply it in their practice. In the landscape perspective, it becomes a little more complicated. Okay, so you are trying to create these new partnerships across the landscape. So remember those boundaries? You're trying to restructure some of the encounters that might take place within the landscape. So to invigorate a community of practice by, bringing it in contact with someone else in the landscape or some other community of practice in the landscape. You're really trying to change things at a system level across the level. So you're working on those boundary encounters, you're using certain objects maybe as elements of mediation or negotiation between different parts of the landscape. You have to deal with power issues, okay? So again, this is where we've started to try and at least address some of the issues related to power, which was a criticism of the community of practice. So very much so, if you're a social systems convener is what we're calling the leader in a landscape of practice. If you're a systems convener, you are dealing with power issues. I think that's about it for that. All right, so I'm going to move on. We're going to come back a little bit to examples of a system convener's work, but I want to introduce the value creation framework first. This first came out in 2011. That's the blue document you can see there, which is available online. It's a free PDF. And it had in it 5 value cycles. But since then, they've published this article in 2017 in Mixed Methods Research, which developed it further into 7 cycles. Okay, so what this can be used for, very importantly, originally the idea was that how do you prove to people like, BHP or Chevron or even anybody in the coaching world that's sponsoring a community of practice effort, how do you prove that what you're doing is actually making a difference? Okay, so it's not that easy. We're talking about social interactions leading to change. So they needed a way to try and, document and link outcomes with social learning activities. So that's what the value creation framework was initially about, for assessing learning in social learning spaces. However, it is also a very good tool for framing or planning a project, a social learning project, and for leveraging learning, thinking about where are the places within my landscape of practice where I can leverage learning. So I'm going to give you an example of how I engaged when I first got introduced to this in this idea. So don't worry about that. This is the whole picture. This is an Excel sheet, which has essentially got the 7 values in it, value cycles. And what I did was, as this was actually an exercise at one of their B-treats, first we had to fill it in. Think about a project that we wanted to do, a social learning project, and fill it in. So starting on the far left, you had to think about who the constituents were, who's involved, who's important. Okay, so mine was very, it's kind of obvious and simple, was that social learning leadership would become an additional method for coach development, and that coach developers would become social learning leaders. Okay, so this was in 2012 or 2013 I did this. So the constituents would be master coach developers, and myself. And some of the activities that I could have engage in to achieve what I wanted to achieve would be things like webinars, online meetings, using the value creation framework to promote social learning. On the level of the coach developers, kind of online community practice for them to experience what that's like, webinars, providing them with different tools, and so on. And for me, of course, I had to do a lot of preparation and reflection. I had to use my networking and get out there and, get the word out. And ongoing facilitation. So then, this is the next part. So we're going back here. If you look, that was on the left-hand side, the yellow and the red, and now I'm showing you a portion of the bigger part on the right. Okay, so there we have the 7 types of values. So at the top you have strategic, and at the bottom you have enabling, and you have immediate, potential, applied, realized, and transformative. All right, so these are the different value cycles. So just for example, so those lines there are the top boxes here underneath immediate and potential are for the master coach developers, and the next line down are for the coach developers, because remember we had the constituents on the side there. Okay, so in terms of that, what did I plan? What did I think I needed to do in order to have this, arrive at being social learning, being an element of being a coach developer? Well, for instance, for the master coach developers, first of all, they had to have exposure. They need to be exposed to these concepts like you are right now. We had to identify problems around that. So that's the immediate value. Okay, so you get exposed to it. So when you leave here today, you've been exposed to this. Hopefully you'll have some immediate value. Like Rick said, okay, I'm going to take something and I go back and I'm going to use that with my team. Good. He's got an idea. He's also got potential value because he's going to do that. So I'm not going to go through all of these now, but it's just to give you an example of how you can use it's like a strategic planning tool, and makes you break it down and think, how are you going to create that immediate value? How are you going to create that potential value? How are you going to create the applied, realized, and transformative? So transformative, by the way, I think the rest of them are quite obvious, but transformative is when you really have a new definition of something. So for instance, your idea of success is completely changed compared to what it was before. So in the transformative, just to finish up this part of it, it would be like a master coach developer would have a changed identity as a learning facilitator, which now includes the role of being a social learning leader. Okay, and also that they would be in Canada, as in, I guess, most parts of the world, but particularly in Canada, because it's such a big country geographically, the ability to work online, to be able to facilitate these groups, communities of practice of coaches online, and be very comfortable with that is a very important thing to develop, which it's happening. Okay, so just before I leave this slide, strategic and enabling at the top and the bottom are super important. I'm going to talk to you a little bit more of those. As a social learning leader, you really need to help. You have to keep these in mind and work hard on these. Big part of your job. Okay, so for an example, for the strategic one, I had to think about who the stakeholders were. Who did I need to talk to? Who did I need to influence to be able to get this idea of having social learning leadership as a coach development tool? So I needed to, for instance, in Canada, I had to do the provincial and territorial coaching reps, the Coaching Association of Canada, and that sort of thing. And for enabling, I needed to have some of those organizations buy into it and agree to put a little bit of money into it. Okay, so now we're moving on. Remember, we talked about how the tool can be used for framing or also for creating learning, leveraging learning. So this is an example of, again, this is the 7 cycles with the different types of value. And what we can see there is learning loops that are happening. So again, this gets back a bit to the work of Schoen and Iris, which was about double and single loop learning. And so what happens is, because not every project is going to end up starting at immediate value and ending up in transformative value. Sometimes you're going to have an idea, you're going to take it out and you're going to apply it, and oops, it doesn't work. Okay, so then you got to loop back and figure out what you need to do to make it work. All right, so that's what those arrows are about. And then somebody calls this the surfboard slide, my students. So if you look at the big surfboards, there's also a cycle that happens in each of those individual cycles, immediate, potential, etc. There's a cycle that happens between enabling and strategic. So within each of those, you may need to have certain conversations. You may need certain things in place to be able to make it happen. So if you're let's say Rick is the head coach, so he can leave here. Sorry, Rick, to pick on you. But if he's the head coach and he leaves here and he says, I'm going to do this with my team, well, that's fine, because he's the head coach, he can do it. But he might be the assistant coach, and he's got this immediate and potential value, but he gets back to his practice, and actually the head coach doesn't agree with it. So he doesn't have the power. He's not enabled to be able to do that. So he would have to engage in some serious strategic conversations with his head coach to be able to implement his idea. Okay, so some of the tools that are involved in the value creation framework, which we have used for research in order to, what the idea is, you want to be able to harvest some stories that will link these social learning activities to the outcomes, okay? And in doing that, you need a good story that follows a certain pattern. So what you can do is there's two templates involved in the 2011 framework, which we've used. One is what's called a personal overall narrative. And what you're doing is you give it to the people, or you do the interview with them, and you ask them, how has my participation changed me as a professional? So what skills have I maybe learned, identity, and there's a negative side too. You can also put negative in there. How has my confidence changed, for instance? How has it affected my social connections in terms of how many numbers I have, the quality of them, the frequency of them, and so on? How has my participation helped my professional practice? Am I leaving here with some new insights, some new procedures or materials that I can use? Hey, in curling, for instance, you know, they had a certain drill that the coaches got from one of the national team coaches. Wow, okay, we shared that drill, and that was really helpful to those regional coaches. And also, how's it changed my ability to influence other people? So, for instance, in the Cricket Australia, the work we did with them where they were doing high-performance coach learning tours, they paid to bring these coaches to the US and visit, you know, Google and the New England Patriots and all sorts of different Red Bull and so on. And one of the coaches said, well, you know, like, it actually really, you know, when I got back to my region, I was invited to give all these talks. You know, people realized that, you know, because I was invited on this tour, I was seen as somebody who could, you know, contribute, and I was an expert in some way. So that changed his ability to influence others. So that's the overall personal narrative, and then you can have the specific story. Okay, one specific instance. So you get them, you know, the coach says, yeah, this was really great, this really changed. Okay, well, how did it change? What was it? What was the story? So initially, you want them to just say, okay, I participated in this activity in the community practice. So some work we did with Special Olympics coaches, they did an activity where they shared a certain type of card that they were using for their strength and conditioning training. And so they took that card back to their practice. This is one specific coach. She took it back. She used it, and it totally changed the way strength and conditioning was done, how the athletes saw it. And so there was a new definition of success for her. So that's a single instance, specific instance value creation story. These two publications here talk a little bit about these types of use of the value creation framework. The first one is a sport one, but the second one is actually with teachers. It was a collaboration with a teacher consultant in the US. Okay, so I told you I was going to talk a little bit more. I want you to understand a little more about enabling and strategic, because they are such a critical part of being a social learning leader. So the definition of enabling is there. You can have a read of it. So like in my long-term plan, it was, you know, having things like access to platforms for doing online learning. And as a social learning leader in some of the projects I've done, I've really had to take the time to hold some of the coaches' hands to learn how to use those tools. That's part of my job. And then the strategic, so you can read that one. So the strategic conversations, for example, in the curling, wheelchair curling project we've done, one of the things that we were able to do was get a much better alignment between the national team program requirements for selection and the regional coaches. So there hadn't been a good, Curling Canada had not clearly specified this for wheelchair curling. And through our work with that community of practice of coaches and linking with the national team program and the high performance director, we were able to clarify that. So that was a strategic conversation that ended up in a better alignment. So it's a benefit to both the NSO and to the coaches. Okay, so I'm just going to finish by giving a quick example of 3 different cases of parasport. And I'm not going to go into too much detail, even though there's a bit of detail on the slides about what each project was. But I want to, from a point of view of a systems convener, I want to emphasize the lessons that we learned from working with these 3 different sports. So the first is the wheelchair curling one. The second is athletics. And the third is cycling, paracycling. Okay, it's all parasport. And they're all high performance coaches. So for Curling Canada, we did this project where we had these over a period of 3 years. We had social gatherings face-to-face, we had online meetings, and we had online webinars and interactions. And we had a base camp, which was a place where they could share tools and drills and so on. This article is just in press, which was the mapping of the landscape, which we used to create the learning needs to decide what the coaches' learning needs were, help the coaches decide what their learning needs were. So this was based on interviews, and we mapped their landscape to see how they got into it and where their needs were. And what we discovered was that they learned the most at camps and competitions, but unfortunately the access was not very good. Only, like for instance at the Nationals, they were only allowing 1 team from each province to compete at the Nationals, but we changed that so that now multiple teams can come and compete there, which gives access to that learning that happens in those type of competitions. Okay, so basically in this project, everybody was kind of they were more same than different, the coaches. They are all working with the same sport. So they really were a community of practice, and it was quite easy in that sense. Okay, I'm not gonna go too far into all that. All right. The learning was the importance of these strategic and enabling values. So those 2 values I just talked about, the alignment and having that ongoing interaction with the national team program and the high performance director to really be able to access what we needed to answer the coach's learning needs. So unbelievable lot of work on that part of the systems convener, ongoing in terms of enabling and strategic. Athletics. Okay, we were initially going to work with another sport, and that didn't work out, so then we got into athletics. What happened here was we did the same thing. We had the coaches map their learning needs. So this is an example of a coach's learning needs. His learning landscape. Okay, these are the places he learns from. That's him at the bottom, or her at the bottom, I can't remember which, and all those little bubbles are the different interactions that they have, the person learns from. So we did this first to try and set up, again, activities that would respond to their needs. So that was all good. But the mistake we made was, and anybody who's familiar with athletics, this was like I kicked myself when I realized this, is athletics is not, like athletics coaches are not a community of practice. They're all a whole bunch of community practices, right? Like the throws coaches really don't think they have much to do with the sprints coach. Just even sprint and distance is not the same, right? So in hindsight, we missed the mark on that. We needed to do the work with those different coaches who were essentially in different communities of practice. We needed to do landscape work. We needed them to engage in an activity where they could realize where the boundaries were, where they could really learn from interacting from each other, because we did not get a lot of buy-in and a lot of sharing, because they either felt that I don't have anything to learn from them, or they don't have anything interest in what I have to say. So that was a pretty interesting aha moment. And then the third case was very quickly, so that was the learning. The third case was Cycling Canada, which started out very well. We did the same thing, had each coach map their learning landscape. It was all good, but there were only 4 of them, and then we had the high performance director, and we had the person from Canadian Paralympic Committee and on the podium involved. But then, as so often happens in the sports system, people moved They moved to a different sport. The high performance director moved. The CPC person changed. And it ended up there was just these 4 coaches left. And the guy said to me, basically, we talk to each other every day, even though they're all across Canada. And we thought, okay, I guess there's not much we can do here right now. So, the lesson there is that you need to have a critical mass of participants and stable sponsorship. Otherwise, you can't do this kind of thing. But I'm sure it's the same in other countries. But, in the sports system in Canada, people move around a lot. So that is the end of those 3 cases there. But really, what you need to know is you have to understand the learning theory. You have to be really, as we said before, you have to be resilient, persistent, positive. You have to be adaptable. You have to reconsider your plan of attack. It's very important to connect with people of influence and make sure that the interventions are very meaningful for the coaches, so starting from their learning needs, and then also aligning with strategic objectives is very important. So I'm going to leave it there because we're kind of getting near the end of time. I wonder if anybody do we have time for 1 or 2 questions there?
Great, thank you. We have time for a couple of quick questions, and then I'll tell you how we're just going to make up things. We can start this session a little bit. Any questions?
As a presenter, you always go, oh boy, no questions. Nobody was engaged. But that's okay.
Thanks, Ken.
When you mention these exchanges, sometimes it comes across as knowledge exchange, not learning. So how do you measure the learning interactions? Because if somebody goes off and watches the New England Patriots, well, that's just observation of session. So what's the difference between knowledge exchanging in these experiences of practice within all learning? How do you measure the observed learning?
Okay, well, first of all, so we're talking about the Cricket Australia Learning Tours here. And I mentioned that they visited the Patriots. They didn't actually just go to a game. They actually sat down and met with the quarterback and the coaches of that team. So,
how would you promote the learning? Because an exchange can just be an exchange. Precisely.
Yeah, well, this is where the role of facilitator, mediator, whatever comes in. Because, okay, I think we all know that when coaches get together, they're going to talk about coaching. All right? Everybody's passionate. Coaches are passionate people. But that learning imperative, that learning need has to be, that ethos, the ethic for learning has to be kept at the center. So it's a question of guiding the conversation to make sure that it is actually around learning and not just around, for instance, the first community of practice that I worked with, the coaches would, if I left them to themselves, they'd mostly talk about organizational things, like, who's going to this race and what 12-year-old is going to be in my group next year and so on and so forth. They didn't really focus on learning. So by making them come to the community practice meetings with either issues or something that worked or didn't work and bringing that to the table and then discussing it, we were able to stay on learning needs. So mapping the learning needs is another way of doing it. And just, there is quite a lot of work involved in actually negotiating those interactions to make sure they're centered around learning. It's a good question. Yeah?
Sorry, this will have to be the last one, but Justin, great. No, thank you, please. No, please do, yeah.
Thanks very much, it's really interesting. I want to go back to one of the myths that you raised. The second one was about it not being consensual,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm wondering if there has to be some element of consensus, because the example with the athletics group, they didn't have a common, well, they didn't think they had a common ground, so they didn't have a consensus as a starting point, so maybe there needs to be a little bit of consensus.
Yeah, I think we're talking about consensus more in the terms of that everybody has to agree about everything. People don't have to agree that there's one way to do it. It's more that than, the consensus around the learning ethic is important, right? But not necessarily a consensus around actual elements that you'd be putting into practice. Thank you.
Diane, thank you very much.
further ado, as I know we're slightly behind schedule, I'd like to introduce to you the first speaker, Professor Dave Day from Manchester Metropolitan University. And the title of the session is The Appliance of Science or the Expression of an Art Coaching Text in the Long Victorian Period. So,
okay, thank you very much, Darren. Good morning. Modern sports forms emerged in Britain during the Long Victorian period, which we're defining here as the years between the French Revolution in 1798 to the outbreak of World War I in 1914. And the number of instructional manuals expanded as coaches increasingly recorded their advice in print. While the majority of early texts dealt with pugilism, by the first decade of the 20th century, the demand was such that series such as Spalding's Athletic Library and the All England series were being published to service those looking for advice on activities ranging from tennis and swimming to dancing, athletics, sailing and rowing. This paper considers several texts to explore the preoccupations of their authors, and I'm going to highlight 4 themes. Firstly, most instructional manuals recognise that a coach or a trainer mentor was an invaluable aid to performance. Secondly, professional coaches argued that coaching expertise was dependent on experience. And thirdly, the coaching process was rarely touched on, and then only by amateur authors. Lastly, these texts remind us that sports coaching cannot be considered independently from its context. When amateurism became the dominant creed for late 19th century middle-class athletes, this was reflected in the content of instructional texts, with each writer presenting his work according to his own sporting philosophy. Historian E.H. Carr noted that publications will always reflect predilections of the authors, and that a reader's first concern should be with identifying the author and the bees in his bonnet. He advised consumers of text to always listen out for the buzzing, an important consideration when deconstructing instructional manuals, especially those written by amateurs. Now, the production of instructional texts had become a well-established practice by the 18th century, as reflected in detailed advice on leisure activities ranging from angling and archery to hunting, horse racing, cockfighting and fencing. In 1713, wrestling was covered by Parkins, who considered technique, fitness, diet and athlete recruitment. For him, wrestling was both an art and a science, terms relating to skill and technique that became interchangeable in many later boxing texts. These identified the elements of competitive performance, assessed the relative value of each, gave technical advice, and analysed the characteristics of fighters. Boxing authors clearly distinguished between the acquisition of technique, science or art, and wind or fitness. And Mendoza claimed in 1816 that pugilism has been wrought into a regular system and elevated to the rank of a science. Sinclair recorded the oral traditions and practices of trainers in his 1807 Code of Health and Longevity. And as coaches became even more central to sporting activities, the numbers of instructional manuals increased. In 1852, scholar Robert Coombs published notes on rowing and training, and pedestrian John Levitt wrote articles on training in the 1860s. Much of the technical content still has credibility. Craven discussed repetition training in 1855, and Walter George, who had been experimenting with fartlek training since the 1870s, was advocating short runs for speed, longer runs for stamina, and the need for regular recorded time trials by 1902. Same year, Braden was advocating daily interval training, and year-round conditioning, while Downer was using punch balls in his sprint training. In 1903, Holbein advised swimmers to take it out of themselves whilst training and then slacken off when they felt fit before having a day or two of standing easy before a big event. In 1910, swimming coach Jabez Wolfe advised that strict training should begin 12 weeks before competition, starting with short distances and working up gradually to a little over the full course, swum at the same pace throughout. By this point, several instructional texts covering a wide range of sports and leisure activities, written mainly by amateurs, were being published at the same time as professional coaches were producing their own training manuals. The need for an experienced mentor was emphasised throughout instructional texts, including those written by amateurs. In 1889, Wilberforce observed that there were so few professionals in lawn tennis that there was little teaching expertise available, leading to the game being picked up at hazard and resulting in habits being formed which would be difficult to eradicate. Scott advised aspiring dancers in 1911 to take lessons from a master who would teach them scientifically. And he defined 4 grades of dancing teachers, at the top of which were those who taught according to the recognised canons of the art, followed by teachers who simply taught what is done rather than what should be done. The 3rd level taught only their often peculiar ideas, which were not based on conventional rules, scientific requirements, artistic propriety, or even fashion. And lastly, there were those who had picked up dancing knowledge in places of amusement. Jenkin, writing in 1896, thought having a good gymnastics instructor made it comparatively easy to acquire a correct style, while cyclists were advised that there was nothing more beneficial to the beginner than the care and treatment which a competent trainer can bestow. Unsurprisingly, professional texts were even more positive about the influence of the coach. Downer's 1900 text lauded coaches Jimmy Duckworth, who had a knack of talking to Downer that made it impossible for me to get beaten, and Bill Bottomley, a most conscientious trainer, very quick to discover a man's weaknesses and a great judge of character. For Walter George, writing in 1902, the superiority of American track and field athletes in technical events, in which science plays a big part, was mainly due to the fact that they had expert coaches. Shrub advised readers in 1908 to engage the most experienced trainer they could find and to accept his advice in every detail. No one could stay at his best for any length of time, and the trainer's duty was to ensure his man did not get ahead too fast by employing scientific training methods. Shrub had been advised by Harry Andrews, the only trainer I have ever had and one who, in my opinion, seeks his equal in that capacity. In 1910, Wolfe acknowledged the contribution of his coach, Walter Brickett, who had always understood me thoroughly and who has developed my powers in a truly remarkable fashion. All athletes had their own personal peculiarities, and since he had a long and highly successful coaching career, Brickett had developed his observational skills to the point where he was able to come to a rapid and accurate decision on any aspect of training or technique. And I think the importance of this idea of experience was always referred to in instructional texts, both as participant and as mentor. As Knight pointed out in his 1889 sailing text, it is only after considerable experience that the sailor is able to do the right thing promptly in the various emergencies which he is sure to encounter. In contrast to later amateur authors, professional writers constantly described themselves as practical men, reinforcing the tension that existed between empirical scientific knowledge and tacit craft knowledge. Swimming teacher Frost emphasised that his 1816 scientific swimming work was not the product of speculative theory, but the result of a long and successful practice over many years. In 1908, Shrub acknowledged that his methods may not be the best, but he presented conclusions drawn from his own experiences. He had been particularly successful as an athlete, and his opinions were reinforced by the fact that his ideas seemed to coincide exactly with those of Harry Andrews, his coach. For Andrews, who coached several leading athletes, swimmers and cyclists and later acted as trainer to the British Olympic team, advice on coaching practice was unnecessary, since training should be supervised by a professional. His 1903 training text argued that amateur athletes who wrote manuals might have undergone training, but they overlooked many little practical points, since the trainer had always attended to those for them. Andrews agreed that he was not, nor did he pretend to be, an educated man, and that his text was the result of practical experience. But if he ran counter to theories put forward by more learned people, my excuse is that I judged from my results and tested those results without having gone deeply into the why and the wherefore. Coaching practice was an art, not a science that could be replicated by anyone, even elite athletes. Now, the pugilist texts of the late 18th and 19th century gave advice on technique, diet and exercise, competitive preparation and psychology, but there was no attempt to suggest how coaches might improve their coaching. Early 19th century swimming texts, such as those by Frost and Stevens in the 1840s, concentrated on how to swim, not on how to teach or coach. In reproducing the knowledge they had gained through long and extensive engagement with the activity, no professional felt it necessary to give advice on how to coach, since they assumed that the ability to coach came directly from experience, from a know-how acquired through immersion in the activity. Where the coaching process was touched on by authors, it only appears in texts produced by amateurs, people who were not paid for coaching, such as rowing coach Walter Woodgate. For him, the science of coaching was more fully known and more readily comprehended by the late 19th century. And when divested of the humbug and bewildering technicalities with which it has been needlessly surrounded, it was a relatively simple task. In Rowing and Sculling in 1892, he advised coaches to keep their temper, to remember that the best coach is not necessarily he who knows most and has the most practical experience, but the one who is able to impart his knowledge to others. So coaches needed to be lucid, avoid generalities, and be able to demonstrate practically. Faults should be traced to their origins, and coaches must distinguish between cause and effect. Athletes should be monitored and kept informed of their progress, while the coach should observe practice from different positions, since variations in perspective throws light on faults and their causes. While there should only be one coach in charge, it was useful to consult with others, since a coach could be apt to run too much in one groove, to let certain points escape his observation, to lay so much stress upon some crying fault that he blinds himself to some minor evil. Amateur-authored swimming texts argued that it was the ability to impart knowledge in an easily intelligible and attractive manner that brought results. The need for good communication skills was emphasised by Scott who observed that a dancing teacher must be able to give a satisfactory reason and explanation for everything that he does. Sometimes their systems were empirical rather than scientific, and while this may work with some, it would not work for everyone. Coaching never takes place in a vacuum, and the social, political and moral environment dictates how coaching is valued and utilised, and that is true in the 19th century. When middle-class sportsmen rejected traditional modes of preparation, preferring instead to rely on the Protestant work ethic and regular habits, temperament and self-control to develop an ideal sporting body described at that time as the university athlete. This had implications for the sports they chose, the way in which they played them, and their instructional texts, which combined amateur ideology with emerging scientific knowledge. Rowing coach Rudolf Lehmann declared that rowing ought to be controlled only by those who pursue it for pleasure, and not by those who make money out of it. And central to the amateur strategy was to attack professional coaches and their training methods. One author in 1885 declared that the amateur had struck out on a line of his own in preparing for athletic events, recognising that there could be no benefit in subjecting himself to the sort of discipline prescribed for racehorses, fighting cocks or fighting men. Professional training rules were draconian, and it was evident that this training code, which he referred to as the English Code, would never do for the amateur. So the trammels of ancient dogmatism were gradually disregarded. An 1896 amateur cycling text described professional trainers as ignorant and illiterate, working by rule of thumb without any accurate knowledge, guide or intelligence. Their training law was the result of experience, largely diluted with ignorance and absurdity, and the professional athlete was often a very vulgar creature. Traditional training systems were wholly inapplicable when the subject was no longer a mere animal, but an intelligent and well-educated man, such as the amateur athlete. Amateurs had begun to exercise their common sense, and a new style of training had evolved. The contemporary racing cyclist should get the assistance of a modern advisor who worked upon reasonable and rational lines. Amateurs described swimming professors as exuding an air of secrecy and relying on cliches and folklore. And one 1893 swimming text criticised them for having made little attempt to establish a proper scientific basis for the teaching of swimming. Paid professors had their own theories, and no two men adopted similar methods or taught movements in the same way. In order to make swimming teaching systematic, a code of principles should be established, and since professionals were motivated by self-interest, this should be undertaken by those who had no pecuniary interest in the sport. So just to conclude then, as in other social processes, the coaching of sports performers reflected a slow and gradual change, with constant referencing both to the past and to developing knowledge. These tensions can be seen in comparing the tone and content of manuals produced by amateurs and professionals. Nevertheless, even when training programs became more refined in the late 19th century, under the influence of a middle class that emphasised moderation, coaching and training manuals continued to address the key essentials of diet, exercise, psychology and technique, as chronicled within early 18th century boxing texts. But the key thing I think is, and I'll finish on this, is what deconstructing these coaching texts remind us, is that we always need to recognise the voice behind what we are reading. No text is neutral. in that it reflects the biases, prejudices, and philosophical perspectives of the authors, as we've seen here, between amateurs and professionals. And I think that applies just as much to the theoretical texts on coaching that are being published in greater numbers today as it does to traditional instructional manuals. Thank you.
Any questions, please?
Good, we can catch up on time then, Gareth.
I was quite interested to hear about that swimmer's account, referring to Professor Walter Brickett.
Yeah.
Walter Brickett, and how he could understand his powers. And I'd be quite interested to have some further details on that. I don't know if you've got this.
Well, I mean, Brickett is an interesting character, really, because he was a pianoforte maker, came from a family of pianoforte makers, but he was a runner and a swimmer and a boxer as well, and gradually took to more to coaching. He turned professional, but he managed to maintain his relationships with the amateur community by being involved in the Royal Life Saving Society, in the formation of the Royal Life Saving Society. He went on to become the swimming trainer with the British team in London in 1908 and also in 1912. And in the post-war period, he did a lot of work in developing female swimming. But in his work with Wolf, who was an interesting character himself, Jabez Wolf attempted to channel 22 times and didn't succeed once, but then went on to train others who were successful, including some leading female channel swimmers. In his work with Wolf, he brought together, and other cross-channel swimmers, he brought together all his experiences from many years of working with different athletes in different situations, and his ability to negotiate the very difficult tensions between amateurism and professionalism to that environment. He really is an interesting character.
Thank you very much again.
Okay.
second speaker is Professor Jean-Francois Loudcher from the Sports Institution, Bordeaux University, and presentation why our French PE teachers so reluctant to call themselves coaches at school, looking back at the heritage of using science in sports training. Welcome, Jean-Francois. Thank you.
Hi, let's go. Sorry for the delay. I tried to manage the both, the laptop and this one. Okay, sport. In 2015, an academical historical workshop organized at the University of Besançon gathered an international panel of scholars who dealt with training, coaching, and teaching in sport. And for those from England and Germany, the study of and investigation of coaching was unproblematic. Conversely, one of the French scholars, a National Union delegate for PE teacher from a left-wing political party, intervened, denouncing the dangers of using this notion at school. She claimed that coaching represents liberal trends politically and economically, and that raising pupils had nothing to do with such ideology. Moreover, a specialized literature has been denouncing French literature, coaching as a tool of domination or a new social violence. Why this topic so controversial in this country? Is it only a problem of definition? Even in England, coaching notion seems to be polysemic and has a great deal of subjectivity, and it will remain under-theorized and insufficiently modeled. Can history bring more light to the definition of sport coaching notion? More particularly, a brief comparison between France and England is interesting to do for exploring the reason of such different uses. This sports coaching notion has other name in France. What it is missing to be fully called coaching when French PE teacher acts as a trainer at school. As a matter of fact, why the term coaching has been used in England in sports as early as the 19th century is so little success in France at the beginning of the next century, 20th century. And it was only during the 50s that it entered durably into the world of professional sports. And in any case, the term coach remained at the gates of the school. To understand the reason of such difficulty for accepting sport coaching notion in France, we must explore the relations between sport, amateur and professional, and PE at school, especially curriculum. And going back to the 19th century, in doing so, we investigate the links between sports training and science, and particularly the different approaches in science in the field of pedagogy and or didactics in this country. At the very last conclusion, we'll try to draw some figures of coaching and coach. Let's go to the first, comparing sport coaching notion in French and UK a little bit. Science in France is strongly linked to positivist approach. The history of the positivism in France can be dated back to the 17th century and even more earlier, with Descartes, La Métrie, the biomechanician, orthopedics until Charcot and Claude Bernard as the 19th century. It is important to discuss the French father of physiology, Claude Bernard. Here, especially given his international impact on modern science and especially in sports science, according to Park and Ege. In his seminal work, appearing in 1865, he gives a definition of science as an experimental approach. He adopts a fairly deductive and comparative methodology using witness groups with the goal of establishing laws from a clearly identified hypothesis, which are adopted after strict observation, leading to some experimentation, then research and interpretations. Conclusions should be logically deduced from this process. He also considers empirical and clinical approach, we'll speak later. While a lot of criticism has been made, it's not our business here in this presentation. Anyway, French PE, as far as we can look at through gymnastics, has dealt with some forms of science or rationality, seeking to prove what it is made on the ground, on the pitch, by logic justification. Yet a mathematician, orthopedics, and even the father of French military gymnastics, the Spanish Colonel Amoros, referred to science. For the latter, gymnastics are called was the reasoning science of our skills. This legacy led indirectly to the scientific research in physical education. The first lab of biomechanics in the world was created in 1882, close to Paris. While positivist approach, with positivist approach, Georges Demy, Etienne Jules Marais, Van Tissier, Lagrange Bardel, and so many other doctors tried to control physical exercise in the purpose of enhancing health, even though some discordant voices raised to denounce the power of medicine, for example, Coubertin. With the advent of Republicans, Democrats, at the beginning of the Third Republic, school, army, university was seen as the main institution to educate French people. As a matter of fact, entering one of those institutions for a gymnastics teacher meant obtaining an official statute. Very few people, or even none, established themselves as personal coach, conversely to England, where in the line of liberal politics and economical trends, but coaching could be a full job, referring to Dave. To enter this institution, physical education was supposed to be supported by science, especially positivist one. And the best example is Georges Demy, who, why not a doctor, set the first class in 1903 for physical education training. It will be officially recognized by university soon later. As a result, French scientists and German and US scientists gave facilities for laboratory-based experimental physiology, which emerged long before their equivalents in Great Britain, according to Eggy and Park, and Roberta Park. Then 7 regional institutes for sport and physical education training, called IREP, have been set from 1927 onwards, and the National School for Physical Education Teacher was set up in 1933 with a national program for preparing a national competitive examination. However, in most of the cases, experimental approach was privileged. Let me clear, for the rest of my presentation, I would like to point out that science doesn't consist in the application of Bernard's research principle. For me, pragmatic approach can also be scientific in the way of Max Weber's proposal, who distinguished 4 rationalities. One for them is performance, used by Gutmann, for example, and in relation between the goal and the mean. And let's go to the second part, and it is main of this presentation is part of an article we submitted with my colleague Clavry and my PhD student Julian Clear. Interest for new scientific approach, less determined by experimental one, spread progressively. It was due to the rise of professional sport, but also to the diversity of practices and also to the necessity to teach physical education in a more attractive way. Military gymnastics system expelled from school definitely. A specific curriculum based on diverse gymnastics methods, usually called eclecticism, entered the national program. However, none of these methods refer to pragmatic approach, defined as a way for the teacher or instructor to interact directly in looking at the response of the learner, the care. Another kind of approach seems to appear that we call, referring to Claude Bernard, empirical experimental approach. According to the scientists, empirical physicians are who, I quote, acting more or less blindly, are after experimenting on vital phenomena and thus class themselves in the empirical period of experimental medicine. However, this organized to and fro between the patient and the physician could establish principles with a view to determine laws in the context of an experimental approach. Though the Reece regime led to new consideration for teaching physical education at school. National Revolution ideology, launched by Pétain, led to train instructors of gymnastics in a very short time and in a practical way, less than 1 year. New institutes called Regional Center for Sport and General Education were set up. At the liberation, after the Second World War, the CRIC became CREPS and still active, and we suppose that the contents delivered were less scientific in terms of experimental research, as my PhD students demonstrate it in Bordeaux. Until 1960s, two ways of national sport and physical education training mainly exists in France to become PE teacher at school. IREPS, which belongs to the University of Medicine and where it is developed experimental approach. They prepare the national competitive examination to be a professor of physical education, a teacher of physical education, and CREPS, where a more empirical approach seems to be used. National competitive examination for being an adjunct, professor adjoint for school is prepared for, but also in the CREPS, diplomas to be instructors or gymnastic educators for federation and sport association can be found. But this division between the two institutes is not so clear. It's a little bit caricatural, depending on the region and the relation between the two institutes. For example, in Bordeaux, we have some complementarity between the CREPS and IREPS, and we need to do more research. For the last part, we are talking about the difficult acknowledgement of coaching notion in French physical education, always at school. During the 60s, sports became the official reference contents in the curriculum physical education at school. Firstly, as an objective, competition result, and secondly, as an objective or a means, a tool. But the reality of sport as a cultural phenomena and the constant demand from the authority of teaching scientific, rational contents put forward a new approach, clinical one, and I refer to Claude Bernard. Delivering scientific physical education is a constant heritage in French school from the 19th century, but in the 60s onward, fields of psychology, sociology, physiology deemed themselves sufficient enough to build a science of physical education. A famous sentence of Pierre Parlebas, who is a very famous scholar in France, still alive, said, PE will be as scientific or not. Is known by every current physical education French teacher. Moreover, political and economical context changed at that time, and this motto is very quickly claimed by PE teachers and unions facing the threat of delivering some physical education at school, not by teachers trained at university, but by instructors without a serious academic training. However, pushing science and especially experimental approach as a unique ways of training led to some exaggeration and the risk not to take into account the learner of the pupil as a whole. In a rather complex context in the field of physical education at school in France, growing of violence, schooling failure, economical crisis, strong cuttings in the national education budget, a new approach spread out for physical education training among the scholars in the field of pedagogy. The clinical approach is a kind of response to the failure of establishing a scientific approach in pedagogy. In medicine, It aims at objectivizing clinical science, starting from a field observation at the very patient's bedside. Thus, I quote Claude Bernard, there must be held what we call clinics. It means studies of disease as complete as possible. In this case, there is no primary direct intervention, as the point is to know the condition of the medical situation. Although it can serve as an experimental approach, one hypothesis is formulated and systematically explored. But can we still speak of science in the field of pedagogy when you are just looking without acting, nor formulating any hypothesis of learning, under the justification that each learning and teaching case is particular, specific, and can be generalized? As a matter of fact, an indirect consequence of establishing clinical approach in physical education training can be stated if we put apart economical, politics, and cultural factors. It is the entering the world of labor at school and physical education. French scholars dealing with physical education training and clinical approach overtook the single field of physical training education at school, claiming to be a specialist of intervention. I don't know if we can say that in English, intervention. Then clinical approach led finally to introduce at school, through these scholars and this clinical approach, the notion of coaching. In 2015, in a blog, Didier Delinéaire, a well-known scholar in the field of French physical education, wrote, in addition to be a scientist and didactician, the PE teacher should be a coach. Sport coach notion entered the world of French physical education training, but is it well accepted for physical education teacher at school? In conclusion, this very quick overview of the history of physical education and sport in France, and at question is the reluctance of physical education to use sport coaching notions until nowadays. Our socio-historical analysis pointed out the long tradition of positivism approach which influenced gymnastics and physical education and put away the pragmatic approach. Indeed, sport developed lately and favored this later one, but it was a whole country which has been politically oriented by the specific experimental approach represented by Claude Bernard theories. As such, the national sport training mainly focused on this approach. While research must be made, one can say that the Vichy regime was more or less in favor of more pragmatic approach, but after the Second World War, empirical experimental approach seems to cut the attempt of setting a pragmatic one. Finally, development of sport and social evolution of the 80s, 90s, violence, schooling failure led to focus on clinical approach, facing the difficulty of to establish in official physical education curriculum an experimental approach and or scientific contents. Then clinical approach favored to enter the notion sport coaching. Is it the notion in better consideration physical education as school? I wouldn't say that. While pragmatic approach is not acknowledged as an official method, but also culturally accepted, coaching notion won't be really admitted. Then, this is a very general scheme. A lot of details should have been added, perhaps in the next talk. And finally, I would like to finish in proposing some idea of future research. For me, a good history must be able to provide some tools, some ideas to act in the daily days. I figure out that coaching is not specific terms and must be completed by adjective in relation with the previous approaches. I highlighted, for example, scientific coaching or experimental coaching or something like that. Moreover, it might be possible to define some form of coach in the same way. And I tried in the last, to sum up, last slide, to sum up the different approach described here. Thank you for your attention. McLeod? No, that. Yes, it's a reference from Heggie or no?
Oh, Vanessa Heggie.
Yes, I think so. Heggie or Roberta Park. I think it's Roberta Park who mentioned that. And I started some research about that. And astonishingly, as some English scientists were studying with Claude Bernard or with another clinical approach or another scientist. I don't remember his name, anatomist.
Can a pragmatic coach also be experimental?
Oh yeah, it should be. It should be. It's not. There is no interdiction. You know, for me, it's a good coach should be a mix of different of these different approaches. It depends on the situation you encounter, of course, and you have to choose which one is best for me. As a former trainer of high level in kickboxing, I use different approaches. I didn't, of course, at that time, 20 years ago, I wasn't aware to call that a pragmatic, experimental, and something like that. But now, in looking back at my experience, I show that sometimes I use some experience, some more experimental approach, sometimes some more pragmatical. But for me, now we have to define exactly when you use this kind of approach to be the best coach.
Okay, thank you once again, Jean-Francois.
Thank you.
Right, for our final session this morning, I'd like to welcome Reece Chapman, who's collaborated on this piece of research with Professor David Richardson, Dr. Martyn Littlewood, and Dr. Colum Cronin. This session is entitled Learning from the Past, Freirean Analysis of FA Coach Education since 1967. Welcome, Reece.
Ladies and gents, we'll be nice and sharp because we've got lunch on. One admission just to make is after two fantastic history accounts, this is a bit more of a pedagogical account, so I won't be following quite that suit that's just been set. 30,000 individuals participate in grassroots coach ed delivered by the FA every year. This is equivalent to an MVQ, so a level 2 in football is equivalent to any other NGB award at MVQ level. These education courses are an evolving policy, so our attempt was to go back to 1967 to have a look at how these courses have changed, why they've changed. 1967 was the date selected. The reason being was There was a document by Alan Wade come out, and I've brought the text with me if anybody wants to see it afterwards, that was heralded by some of the participants as a moment of change. So that's the reason why we went back there. Outside the FA, across multiple sports, coach education and formal coach ed typically has been described by a lot of researchers that we've had here the last couple of days. So Cushion and Anna and Paquette and Trudel, to be decontextualised to an extent. The coaches go on courses and impression managed just to pass the course. What we wanted to do, because a lot of researchers focused on one course specifically or one policy specifically, we wanted to just to zoom out from that a little bit and see what's happened over time. So that's where the 1967 time frame comes in, and hence the use of the word history. Why? So if we're going to support the FA, so it's a funded project with the support of the FA and LGMU, if we're going to support them and develop the courses for the future, then we need to understand what's already been. We've had some great accounts this morning from the guys of their background, and the first one this morning by Keith, I think it was a very similar note to what we're going to talk about here. And all we want to do today is just sort of share some of these findings, build upon what other research have done, and again, just zoom out and have a look at what's happened over time. To frame this work, we used Paulo Freire's work, okay, and we won't go into it too much, but there's two aspects that, two pivotal books that we've used to sort of frame this work. Pedagogy of Press, I suppose, is quite a renowned text, probably amongst most of you, and Teachers' Cultural Workers, perhaps not as much, but again, it's influenced heavily by Paulo Freire's work. Although there's loads of concepts in here that we've used in the study and in the discussion of what the work we've done, we're just going to sort of focus in on the power relation, and particularly these three concepts of dialogue, humility, and a critical consciousness. Freire defines power as something that should be shared amongst society and not owned by one single individual. Therefore, if we share power, then individuals have the opportunity to transform their own reality. So it's about making it real to the individual. And Freire, and conversely, we see the link between power and then dialogue, humility, and critical consciousness. So these terms, a critical consciousness, Freire would describe it as an understanding of one's own environment and the culture that they live in, so their own reality. And they need to understand this to have an opportunity to make change, to act. So I suppose bringing this to coach education, a practical aspect of this would be that the learners would have their own realisation of their own context, what they want, what they need from coach education, to be able to help them when they return to their own context. Dialogue. So again, Freire would describe this as a conversation and interaction with other actors in society. So again, in coach education, that would be tutor, mentor, coach, co-coach, and even players. Freire would go on to say that this should be a shared dialogue, so not one person taking the lead, and therefore it should be authentic. And again, in a practical sense, in coach ed, and formal coach ed specifically, this should be a shared dynamic where all actors have a voice. The balance of power within dialogue should be shared and not dominated by one side. If we're saying that, or I might be saying that coach education is for the coach, then if anything, their voice should be the more dominant one, okay? Particularly not the tutor. And Freire describes humility, and again, this is a direct quote from the text, that no one person knows all, and therefore no one person is ignorant to everything. And that resonates with quite a lot of sort of my research, my own background, that actually when you start a project, or you start a new job, or you go into a football environment as a coach, you've already got some experience. You've already got some idea of what coaching is to you, what football is to you, or what work is to you if we put it into that setting. So again, for a coach and for a tutor, it's that being aware. It's the awareness of the learner's own prior knowledge. And if we're aware of them, then we're working with them as opposed to directly acting upon the learner. So we're working with the learner. Okay, so the the study that we've just sort of finished, we conducted semi-structured interviews for 16 participants. We had over 1,000 minutes of audio. I don't know how well you can see that, but I've just sort of taken a screen grab of the top 4 participants, and it just sort of shows the demographic across that. So the sample included males, females, and BAME participants. Interviews lasted between 45 and 105 minutes. And again, the reason for that length being so varied was typically because when we had the discussions with the tutors, or the participants, sorry, they reflected on their experiences and their time within that era. So the people that spoke for 105 minutes, 100 minutes, 90 minutes, they'd been in the FA for a lot longer period of time than those that perhaps only spoke for 45, 50 minutes. The things that go around that, so on top of the 16 semi-structured interviews, we did document analysis. So this was 47 documents, including policy, coaching materials, so logbooks, that type of thing. DVDs, we watched some DVDs, MVQ, sort of QA documents, quality assurance documents. So they're all involved in that. And again, I've got some with us if anybody wishes to see them. So data analysis, sort of leading on what Tom said yesterday in his session, that we used a thematic analysis and we particularly did an abductive analysis. So this is where we move between data sets and the theory, sort of regularly revisiting both as we go along. Again, so from a rigor perspective, critical friends were adopted, so they understood the area, they understood football, they also understood coach learning and coach development. And I produced positionality statements throughout. One thing I sort of want to highlight before we move on is that throughout this work, it is that representation of 16 interviews and 47 documents, and then our analysis upon that informed by Freirean. So we've got to try and paint a bit of a picture, but this might not be everybody's experiences, is the point we're trying to make. Okay. So, the development of Coach Ed over time. This text is Alan Wade's, this is 1967, this is where we started when we did the document analysis. When we spoke to some participants about this era, these are some of the quotes that come out. So no one wanted to cause waves or to say that the coach in charge, no, you're wrong there. Unwritten rules existed in the 60s and 70s. And even in this text that was heralded as a transformation in FA coach education particularly, there was still the use of language like must and should. I suppose that therefore paints a picture that there was little to no dialogue between the coach and the tutor in this instance. That in fact there was perhaps, and we couldn't be categoric, but there's a lack of humbleness from the tutor in this sense, or that wasn't, there was no humbleness described by the participants. And actually therefore the critical consciousness was non-existent, to the extent that power was typically held by the tutor in this sense. Moving into the 80s, so again 1980 to about 1989, not much typically changed. Participant 9 described that the coach educator at the front of the room held all the power. And again, if we relate that back to some of Freirean's principles, he would suggest that that's not the case. How we going to allow freedom to individuals if the one individual holds the power. And we even had participant 6 go further and say, you weren't going to pass the course unless your socks were pulled up. And again, that's quite hard hitting, maybe reflective of the era. But again, this shows that there's dialogue missing, okay, that coaches typically spoke of dogmatic approaches, and ultimately there's still this lack of a humble presence. Moving into the 90s, participant 8 commented that this is our interpretation of football and you need to know that. So again, a very draconian approach, a very dogmatic approach. And this is participant 10, I've missed a number off, but a bandwidth of what was accepted, and you need to know that. You need to deliver that. You need to show that you can do it in that way. So again, participant 10 was very the person explained a lot that to pass this, you have to do this. There wasn't a two-way process. You have to do this. And again, this shows that there's a lack of critical consciousness between tutor and coach, that actually the coach were therefore not allowed to practice in their own manners, that actually they were encouraged to conform to what tutors were encouraging. Now, it's not all bad. And even during those eras, and the paper suggests that there were some good things throughout all of those eras. And if we continue on the trend of the dialogue and the sharing of power and critical consciousness, participant 7 said in about 2000 era, there's a real breath of fresh air. Much of this can be sort of associated with 1997 and the Charter for Quality. So a document that come out that sort of appraised the work that coaches were doing with children, the need for more coach education, more bespoke education compared to what was previously witnessed. And participant 2, who actually spent a lot of time throughout our era here, so the 50 years that we analysed, he spent a lot of time across this period, said that the crux of the stop-stand-still generation was challenged. And now we're encouraging to help players and subsequently help the coaches to solve it for themselves. There's this recognition then that the coach now has something to offer, that there is a humbleness amongst some of the tutors. There's this recognition that actually, in the 2000s, that if the tutor could work with the coach, then the dialogue will be more consistent. So there's more dialogue in this era than what there was previously. Now, the domination of that dialogue still heavily favoured the tutor. So there might have been some examples where the tutor had asked a question, allowed thought and allowed opportunities to then share that feedback. However, it was still subsequently led and dictated by what the tutor did. However, progressive strides were made in these three areas, so with dialogue, with humbleness and with critical consciousness. Into sort of the present, so 2010 to the present, participant 3 was very adamant that they had moved somewhat more liberally. Participant 6 was very forthcoming throughout the whole interview and sort of said that the whole thing needed a complete refresh throughout, needed a complete change. There finally seemed to be a realisation that we weren't meeting the needs of the coaches. And for me, the important bit is the last couple of words, so the needs of the coaches. Participant 6 and participant 3 and others all spoke that in these latter eras and today, that the needs of the coaches are more at the forefront of their mind than ever before. This shows that there's more of an empowerment, there's more dialogue involved than ever before, and actually the FA recognised their own failings. And that in itself suggests that there's a progressive movement towards trying to make things better. Now, Tom touched on it yesterday, but the introduction of the England DNA has the potential to empower these coaches. So coaches might come onto level 2 course, they'll be taught or they'll be encouraged to learn about the England DNA. And these messages and these taught sessions then enable coaches to go away and develop their own philosophies. That's great because it's allowing an empowerment. What we need to be conscious of and moving forward is that this England DNA also has the ability to seek conformity. So if it's taught in a different manner, it's a bit more explicit that this needs to be done, then coaches might conform to that, thinking that they need to do it this way to then pass the qualification. In this era, there's been the introduction of in-situ visits, which have come across very positively, and all of the participants in the study spoke highly of this. And again, this is a real prime opportunity for where, moving forward, tutors can use dialogue in these sessions really powerfully. So if there's an open forum, if the tutor and the coach truly work together in these environments, then actually these critical consciousness will happen. The power dynamic will be shared. So the in-situ visits where the FA currently are as part of their programme shows a real development over time. So just sort of to summarise that and quite quickly, over the last 50 years there's been a development in this shared dialogue. There's more of it. Doesn't mean that it's still there. There's still more to do, and I think everybody's fully aware of that. And even from the FA accounts over the last 2 days, they're very aware of the direction of travel. More awareness has happened over the last 50 years, and there's now more attempts to contextualise opportunities for the learners. So on courses, they can make it more appropriate to their environment. And again, the in-situ visits has a real opportunity to help that. This is where the third point then comes in, that tutors are seemingly and have been reported to be more humbly aware of the individual. So when they come onto the course, they might know them from previous courses, and because they've made an attempt to understand prior knowledge, then there's opportunities in group works where people are partnered in different manners to then try and get a more shared power dynamic across the group. So just some recommendations and lessons to consider to start with. So this is in practice and obviously for research areas. How could dialogue with coaches on courses and in situ lead further to a shared critical consciousness? Can we consider how can we further humbly appreciate the prior understanding of coaches? So is there a way that before they attend that we gather information as coach educators across the board? And then finally, how can we empower coaches to explicitly personalise their own learning? So really give the ownership over to the learner. That doesn't mean that the tutor becomes redundant, because the tutor's still got a very important role to play in this. And again, all participants spoke highly of the role that the tutors have to play. Just a couple of limitations. This isn't the experience of everybody, so people in here might disagree with me, and that's fine. This is what 16 people have said. This is what 47 documents have been analysed and come out and say. So it is their interpretation, our interpretation of their experiences. Also to note that the documents, we've got some with us again that were sourced. Everything that we were seeking to source, we sought. That doesn't mean that we've collected every document that the FA have ever produced or anything to do, everything to do with coach education at the FA. So what next? Now we've got this, my plan's to sort of move on and look at how the participants experience the coach's role in practice. So in club, the new level 2 coach or the ongoing level 2 coach works with participants. Well, how's that going? So that voice is currently missed, and I want to explore what's happening in this practice. So again, any ideas that you've got with that, if you think that Freirean fits nicely and you want to talk about it, then that'd be great. So again, it is really a call for ideas. And then finally, a bit of a shameless plug, I suppose. So a couple of weeks ago, we were fortunate that it was published by Sport Adding Society. So again, the QR code means that you can get that if you so wish. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Reece. Very interesting analysis there, and also considered the direction of travel as well. We have time for a quick question if you have one.
Just beginning to feel very old as somebody whose C licence was in 1969 or something very similar to that. Do you think there are any practical limitations on the extent to which you can engage in this collaborative sharing, kind of co-constructed way of thinking about education? When at the because you weren't really talking there, well, you weren't, I may have missed that, but it wasn't coming over as we're talking about level 1 and level 4 or 5 or pro license or first step. So it was a more general approach. But at the very early stages, I have that kind of sense that that doesn't seem to me a lot wrong with giving coaches a little bit more security in the early stages by giving them a bit more content and a bit more direction about how to manage groups, etc. And partly that's because they spend so little time doing it at the early stages. Later on, there's tons of time to become independent and do other things within education. I just wondered, your thoughts on whether there are some practical constraints to achieving this.
Yeah, we completely agree that we don't want the coach educator to be redundant in this. So they've got a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and particularly a level 1 coach, they might need a lot of that information. So we completely recognise that. I think it's just about giving a little bit more ownership. So some coaches, from what we understand, do understand their background. So if the tutor's more aware of that the coach knows, then actually we can embrace what they want to do a little bit more. Again, balancing what they want and what they need, it's got to be difficult, and the practical pedagogy of how that happens in the session is going to be very difficult, I suppose. But I suppose it's just linking how the tutor and the coach can authentically work together to then understand what the coach desires and how the tutor can then support that. Does that make sense? So there's still a massive role for the educator, the tutor, but I just think it's about sharing that process a little bit more than what previously has perhaps happened.
I did find myself physically pulling on my socks at one point. I'd just like to say a big thank you to Reece, to Dave, and to Jean-Francois as well for the excellent presentations. Thank you very much indeed. us from the University of Gloucestershire. We have Professor Keith Davis and Martyn Rothwell from Sheffield Hallam University and Newcombe from Oxford Brookes University. This seminar is entitled Constraints-Based Methodologies in Sports Coaching. So we can all give them a warm welcome, please.
As has just been said, this is called Constraints-Based Methodologies in Sports Coaching, and as a group what we're going to try and talk you through are some ideas that have emanated over the last couple of decades around constraints-based approaches to coaching, a little bit of background from Keith in terms of the work there and how that's starting to be applied in coaching, and then Martyn will take us through some of his research currently around socio-cultural aspects and forms of life in coaching contexts and how those might impact on how we embed a constraints-based approach to coaching. And then Danny and I, towards the end, will talk you through some of our applied work and some of our research work in both performance and participation sport, just to give a feel of how we're trying to play around with some of these ideas in practice, essentially. So I won't take any longer than that in terms of an introduction, because we'll each introduce those components of work. But just to give you an idea of the thread for the next 75 minutes, that's kind of what we want to do. And then to leave time for questions. But if there are pressing questions as you see them, just let's deal with those, I think, as we see fit. So over to Keith to introduce the body of work.
Thanks for the invitation to talk at this presentation. My role is to give you a bit of the background to constraints-led coaching, where it came from, what were the sort of the stimuli that have pushed it to this moment in time. And I just want to mention that I think if you look at the literature, the research at the moment, we're probably in a third phase of the research itself, very applied, practical phase, where the knowledge and skills and experience of practitioners who have got a very good understanding of the constraints-led, the theories behind it, are informing the designs of research studies and the way that we, if you like, have reshaped our understanding of things. The phases are not separate, but they kind of overlap, and some of them are still going. But essentially, the first phase can be traced back to these papers, the titles of which you cannot see, but essentially in terms of showing some symmetry with the way that this CRIC cluster was organised. Manchester Metropolitan University, one of the co-organisers of the cluster, I was based there back in the early 90s, and looking back on it, it was a bit of a talent hotspot. We didn't know that at the time, but a lot of the undergrads have come through and taken up some big positions in academia and leaders currently in academia. One of the things that our group did at the time was to publish these two papers, one in 1994, which was like a manifesto saying to sports scientists, there is another way of thinking about things. There is another way of thinking about athlete performance, about skill acquisition, about expertise, how people acquire expertise, what that means for coaching, for teaching, what that might mean for talent development. And while we didn't, I guess that was back in 20 odd years ago, and now our understanding has developed and been shaped by input from practitioners. The second paper is about skill acquisition, what these kind of, if you like, this manifesto, these theoretical ideas, scientific ideas, might mean for skill acquisition. And this paper, written with Craig Hanford, he was working with the English Volleyball Association at the time using constraints, and Mark Williams, two PhD students at Alsager at the time. That essentially was targeted at coaching, and yet the ideas now, we understand, can be useful for sports practitioners, generally, performance analysts, sports psychologists, strength and conditioning trainers, all sorts of people, not just the coaching side of things. Sorry, I'll just go back a bit. the part of the manifesto was saying there is a different way of looking at things. Was at the time the dominant metaphor was a computer-based metaphor. The brain is a computer, and it functions as a computer. So there's input, there's some sort of transformation of information in the brain, and then there's output. And the role of the brain, the central nervous system, is to write programs that act as models of the world. So when you are in a situation in a sport performance environment, you need information, you've got an inbuilt model of the world gained through experience and practice, and programs that can control your movement. So for example, this type of marionette scenario was a metaphor for the way the brain functioned and all the degrees of freedom that needed to be controlled, regulated in coordinating action. What we did was to essentially say, look, this is part of the process. What the brain and central nervous system do is important, but it's not the whole process. We're missing out on the body, on the morphology, the makeup, the anatomy of the body, of the individual, that is, in terms of maturity, development, etc. But also, there's the environment. We felt that the environment was left out when you just focus on this type of model for explaining skill performance and skill acquisition. And we picked up on what was going on in some very good work in science, in physics and biology, where self-organization and the idea of the body being a complex system, many interacting parts, in a wider complex system involving the environment. We picked up on those, and we introduced these ideas into the sports science community. It was fair to say there was a bit of pushback at the time, and reading reviews from people who were reviewing our papers wasn't a great deal of fun at the time, but we worked our way through it, and we moved on. So this is the constraints model, and this is kind of, if you like, a reasonably up-to-date reiteration of this. So if part of this lecture is to say, well, where have we come since those papers in the 1990s? Those papers addressed the issue of skill acquisition. And after a while, we became a little bit disenchanted with the term skill acquisition because it implies that as you become skillful, you acquire something, an entity, a skill that you're working on, a template for performing a particular action, and then you store that in the brain somewhere. And the reality of it is that actually what you acquire as you become more skillful with expertise is a more functional, adaptive environment, a relationship with the environment, whatever that is, whichever sport context, physical activity context that may be in. And so we gradually moved towards this notion of actually skill adaptation is a better approach, a better way to go. So we talked about this in this paper here to actually a bunch of philosophers and cognitive scientists. So in terms of constraints, this is the basic idea behind the model. We go to it. Essentially, constraints are boundaries on your behaviors. Back in the 90s, we talked about boundaries on your movements. We were focused just on your movements. Now we understand them to be your actual behaviors, whether they are cognitive behaviors, your patterns of thinking, mental attributes, perceptual behaviors, the way you pick up information from the environment about where you are in space, and clearly your actions as well, the way you create information by moving, by changing your position, your location. So the constraints model essentially focuses on this interaction between the performer, each individual. So this very much gives it a platform for looking at athletes as individuals and individualizing skill acquisition or skill adaptation processes, the task that they're performing in or practicing in, and then the environment. So you get this interaction of key constraints that shape your behaviors. And the way they shape your behaviors is by coupling information, your perception of information, from vision, acoustic information, proprioceptive information, haptic information from touch, all those different sources of information, and you coordinate, you couple the information that you pick up. You become adept at picking up information from the environment, and you couple your behaviors or your actions to that. So you get this coupling as you learn, you become more skillful. And the more skillful you are, the tighter this coupling becomes, the more functional it becomes. But what this relationship between perception and action does is it helps you to search for, find and use affordances from the environment. So affordances are very important. This in the original papers I mentioned, we didn't talk too much about affordances. Affordances existed as a concept, but later iterations of the theory brought in affordances. Affordances are possibilities for action in an environment, any environment, possibilities or opportunities for actions. Nowadays, they're even known as invitations for action. So, for example, a chair invites certain actions from an individual. If you're tired, you can sit down. If you've got a heavy bag of shopping, you can put the shopping on a chair. If you want to change a light bulb, you can stand on the chair to get some height to change the light bulb. So there are different affordances. In fact, you're faced with a whole landscape of affordances that you can use, but they're only invitations. Some you can reject, some you can accept, and that's part of the skill of coaching and teaching, of an athlete learning to utilize affordances. And the way that they do that is by coupling information and action, and then they exploit affordances in an environment. So from a constraints-led coaching perspective, how do you define practice? Well, it's a search. It's a search for performance solutions. It's a search for information. You couple your actions to it, and then you learn to utilize whatever opportunities that are available. So in a team game, the gap between two defenders is an affordance for you to accelerate through. Are you quick enough? Are you fit enough? Are those two defenders? You have to take into account, thinking-wise, what are the speed of the two defenders? Because these affordances actually change. They dissolve in dynamic environments. They're dissolving, they're emerging all the time. So practice is searching for relevant performance solution, which involves coupling information to action. So the information that coaches, teachers put into a practice task design can constrain this here, very important. If it's very static, if it's very stable, you better have a good reason for why that's like that, and not like more like the game environment. How does that practice task design simulate the affordances, opportunities, the possibilities for actions that athletes are going to face in a performance environment? And so coaching is pretty much, as we said in the 1997 paper, less about coaches imposing their idea of what a behavior is or a skill is on an individual, but more about setting up problems, challenges, choices for athletes to search and explore and come up with their solutions, their performance solutions. Sometimes they won't be very different from what a coach would prescribe. Sometimes they might be quite unique. When we think of the way high jumping's changed over the years, from the Fosbury flop, from the saddle jump and stuff like that. Okay, some categories of constraints. So we've got in this column here, performer-based constraints related to the individual, task constraints, and then environmental constraints. Now, Danny is going to talk a lot about task constraints and manipulations of task constraints in terms of coaches seeing themselves as environmental designers, learning designers. Martyn's going to talk about environmental constraints, which could be physical or they could be social, socio-cultural, historical. And again, all of these shape the way that learners learn and the behaviors that emerge. So when it comes to understanding, how certain countries produce certain athletes, etc., it's about understanding what goes on in practice, the microstructure, the micro scale, but also at that macro scale as well, which is at a much higher level of organization. And the performer constraints you'd be well aware of, they range from the cognitive, mental side of things, emotional capacities, physical. Genes are a constraint as well, but they're only one of a range of constraints, shaping the way that each individual approaches a particular performance task, a learning task. I'm going to move on to talk about two continua over the next couple of slides. So essentially then, we from a constraints-led perspective, we're at the third phase now. We've gone through the data collection and the research, collecting evidence that these methods work at different levels. We're at a very exciting stage now, in my opinion, and there's two practitioners here, or scientific practitioners, who are able to share their experiences of actually utilizing these ideas and applying them in a practical setting. So this is a continuum, the first continuum I'm going to talk about here. These are all constraints. So this is the, if you like, the landscape of affordances that are available. And at one end, you've got a very narrow range of affordances with limited constraints, driven very much by coach or teacher, highly structured, often isolated practice, etc., using direct teaching methods, prescription. At the other end, you've got a very open environment, discovery learning going on, differential learning, guided discovery, constraints-based coaching fitting down here because it's guided discovery, the coach and the athlete, or the coach and teams working together to explore certain solutions. The point about this slide is not that one end is always good and one end is always bad. That's not the point. The point is that you've got the range of constraints to explore, and you can be located at one end, move down to another end, depending on the needs of the athlete and the team. I think personally, too much time may be spent down at this end here, and it might be a bit of a default for teaching and coaching at the moment. Danny's going to talk a bit more about exploring this continuum and locating an individual, depending on their needs, somewhere on that continuum to explore. At this end here, there's more an emphasis on reproducing templates, movement templates or actions, reacting in situations. And this end here, it's more about interacting with information that's in the environment and the affordances, the range of affordances that can be explored, the possibilities for action that can be explored. Okay, second continuum. Now, we mentioned before that the information that's designed into a learning task is very, very important, because that can either facilitate learning and help the learner to flourish, or it can restrict them. Sometimes the information does need to be narrow. A narrow range of informational constraints need to be explored. Other times they can be broader. Essentially, what this means here is that this is the more realistic end of the continuum. So this is where the learning environment is much more like the performance environment. So if you're a springboard diver, you're actually diving off a springboard in training. If you're a cricketer, you're actually bowling a ball, or if you're a batsman, you're facing a bowler who's bowling a ball rather than a ball projection machine. If you're an ice climber climbing frozen waterfalls, you're climbing a frozen waterfall rather than on an indoor wall. At the other end, you've got this arrangement of task designs where the learning environments are not as close, or the information in the learning environments are not as close to the actual environment as they would be down at this end here. So this end, it's more general, low transfer, less specificity of training or practice, and this end it's higher. And again, the same point needs to be made. It's not that at one end it's always good to be, and the other end it's always bad to be. Of course, specificity of training, specificity of practice is important if you're focusing on real, an individual learning to cope with a problem or challenge in a performance environment. Very, very important. But that doesn't mean that you never design practice tasks that may be at a distance, located at a distance from the competitive performance environment, because there are things to be gained from that. And this is what we're exploring at the moment now. There's a few research programs going on that are looking at avoiding some of the problems of spending too much time in specificity training, specificity practice environments, caused by theories like deliberate practice, which have emphasized this notion of you need 10,000 hours of practice in intense, highly constrained environments, i.e. competitive environments, and that practice need not be particularly enjoyable as well. Those are some of the tenets of deliberate practice. That's led to some issues to do with health and well-being of athletes, physical problems, well documented by colleagues in Canada and other places like that. What do you then do if you move the athlete down at this end here, because they literally cannot spend all their time practicing at such high intensity? Well, this aspect here we're now arguing, we're now exploring, is you could use that time to enrich an athlete, particularly when they're developing, but even when they're older, when they're more experienced as well. Because we talk to some coaches and they talk about the fact that some athletes come through, they've specialised very early, identified as a footballer, a rugby player, an ice climber, a springboard diver. But as athletes, they're not as good as they should be. And the idea is with this athlete enrichment aspect down here, so for example, using some virtual reality training to help them develop their cognitive understanding of the performance environment, or their perceptual skills in picking up information, scanning for information, for example. This can enrich their performance and help them to become better athletes. And my colleagues, René Vermount here at Savelsberg and others, we've written about this in the Athletic Skills Model book, where we talk about this notion of developing athletes first and then the specialist afterwards. So the idea is that almost like you empower them, you turbocharge their athletic skills. And remember what that means is the cognitive, perceptual and the physical side of things, which they can then use when they're ready to specialise. So it's really about moving up and down here, depending on the needs of the athlete. When I spoke to René Vermount, the Dutch national skill acquisition and strength and conditioning coach for the football team, I said, well, what that might mean is that if you allow people to experience lots of different varied sports here, or to take part in what is called donor sports, practicing certain sports to become better in a target sport, for example, you might lose an individual. So, for example, let's take an example of someone undergoes athletic training, sprints training. They realise, actually, I'm quite a good sprinter. You might lose them to athletics. René says that's okay, because what I don't want is an athlete to drop out from a sport because they've over-specialised too early, they become bored, they've suffered some physical issues because of it. I'd much rather back myself that we can keep them in football, but equally we're looking at the individual needs of the person. So what René and his model, the athletic skills model, advocates is that early in learning you might spend a majority of your time down at this end here, with a bit of time down here, and then later in learning, as you become more specialised and more experienced and skillful, that priority, that shift in balance would go down here. So you'd spend a bit more time at the specialised end, but you would still revisit the enrichment training that you would need to keep refreshing yourself as an athlete to prevent injuries, and also to make sure that you don't become too stale and too focused in one type of way of solving problems, the type of performance problems that you come across. Okay, so that's a whirlwind snapshot of the constraints-led approach, the three phases. We're in this very applied phase now, which the next speakers will talk about. It's important to recognise that the principles of constraints-led coaching also are relevant to teachers in physical education, so it goes right across the skills continuum, focusing on the needs of the individual. So Will Roberts will be talking about the Boeing programme and how it can enhance physical literacy in physical education teaching. So two takeaway messages would be: teachers and coaches are seen as learning designers, designing learning opportunities or environments for each individual depending on their needs at a particular time in their careers. And secondly, right now we're examining this much more nuanced balance needed between specificity of practice and training and generality to enrich an individual's behaviours, which will allow them to compete well. You can come across those those concepts and the models in these offerings at the moment. So I'll stop there, Will, and we'll take a few questions if you want to do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Go back to your first spectrum.
The first.
At the bottom,
Yeah.
you've got the teacher-led activities, direct teaching instruct.
Yeah.
Look to the other end of the spectrum then. Where does the teacher or coach fit in there in that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does
Good.
he fit in that, or
Oh,
does he
absolutely.
fit in that?
Absolutely. We used it. It's a good question actually. We used the term in that first paper, the 1997 paper. We used the term hands-off coaching. That's where it originated from. And looking back on it, that was a mistake because people actually thought, well, as a coach, I just, what do? I just stand hands off, etc. It's much more challenging. It's much more challenging than that. What this means actually is more of an emphasis on verbal instruction, corrective feedback, interventions, the classic sort of prescriptive approaches that you see. Here, it's much more about designing a problem and a task, not necessarily giving the solutions to the performer, to the learner, but setting choices, setting problems and opportunities for them to explore. Sometimes there's a right way and a not so right way, or a wrong way. Other times there's some very open ways, depending on the actual task. It's very challenging, though, down at that end there.
And that was my point insofar as that end of the spectrum, your understanding of what good looks like,
Yes.
to be able to design practices
Yeah.
that enable the participants who are playing
Yeah.
to experience or have the opportunity to solve the problems in hand.
Yeah.
Is quite a experienced or I don't know the word, but quite an experienced approach is needed to that.
Yeah.
If, as a coach developer, I'm trying to think where that fits into where I would try and engage inexperienced coaches within that.
Yeah. Yeah.
People when they talk about constraints-led coach, particularly around football, their first thought is, oh, we'll constrain to 1 or 2 touch.
Yes.
Rather than looking at
Yep.
the game per se.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Again, that's a very rich question. Danny will address the issue of over-constraining, which can happen as well as under-constraining. I guess at that experience level, you've got certain constraints that an elite coach working with skilled, experienced players will need to use to explore. But if you talk, this is why it's gone beyond coaching, because now the performance analysts get involved. So the coach, for example, when you look at Australian rules football, you talk to some performance managers there, and they say when there's a set piece, normally we've looked at the analytics, the data, and there's a 12-second turnaround for the defence or us to get into defensive formation. So we design practice tasks where we give the players 7 seconds to get in. So a quick turnover isn't going to happen. So yeah, you can see where the coach can use the data and needs to be quite experienced, know what's going on, what the challenges are in a performance environment to actually constrain in that way. Still not, you don't need to instruct to say, you should have your stopwatches on, you've only got 12 seconds, go. None of that, but just sort of even putting them under pressure by a quick start when they're not ready for it. But the less experienced then is where I talked about the athlete enrichment. So when you're working at the developmental level, when I've spoken to development coaches, I've made the point to them that you may not get the glory or your work in setting up an athlete who will then go on to become a top athlete, who will then be associated with a particular performance coach. Your good work here, you may not get a mention. I think it's now becoming a bit better like that, but their role is just as important as well. So it's not just to do with elite and experience level, at the less experienced level as well. They can still use the same principles of, problem solving and challenges and exploration and things like that. Yeah, sorry about that. There's a.
Keith, you had 20 minutes now, and you take half an hour.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Martyn Rothwell from Sheffield Hallam University. So for the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to talk to you just about environmental constraints and a section of that called socio-cultural constraints, okay? And particularly how they might inform something called a form of life. Some points to note before we start. The work draws heavily on the ecological psychology of James Gibson and Yuri Bronfenbrenner. And as the former might suggest, we also use the theory of affordances a lot to understand athlete engagement in performance environments. So, and the work is taken from a wider PhD, program of PhD study. So I'll just be presenting some conceptual ideas and then some data at the end. And we also adopt a relational nature of affordances and a form of life, which I'll explain later. So affordances are relational, dependent on socio-cultural constraints. So just to exemplify socio-cultural constraints, so if you think about Steve Hansen, the current All Blacks coach, he has a mantra or a real thirst for, he wants the players to be faster learners. Okay, so lots of self-regulation in practice and performance, so not over-reliant on the coaches to give lots of feedback all the time. He wants players that can self-regulate. So adapt and adjust in the moment, okay? So you have to be a faster learner. And if you think perhaps where this might come from, so if you think about New Zealand and the heritage of New Zealand, years ago it was a very remote place where lots of farmers, so if machinery broke down or things like that, you had to learn how to fix it yourself. So it's quite plausible that New Zealand's heritage then proliferated into sport and other domains, and that sort of influenced the way sport would be deemed as well. So you had to be innovative, good decision makers, and you had to do things for yourself. So there's parallels there with Steve Hansen's philosophy as a coach as well. So just to exemplify, so that might be a good example of socio-cultural constraints positively influencing a sport environment, but of course we can also get bad examples of that can have negative influences as well. So just to clarify what we mean by a form of life, so this is from the ideas from the philosopher called Ludwig Wittgenstein, and a form of life, it describes the behaviours, cultures, customs, beliefs, practices of a group of people or a group of individuals. And it's authentic, it's real. So it's not something that you might copy and take from another team or sports club and implement that on your team or club. It's authentic, it's real, it's what happens on a day-to-day basis. And using Bronfenbrenner's bioecological model of human development, a form of life is a complex system, comprising different systems, and they all interact to create attractor states that will call for different types of behaviour. All right, so you might think, if you think about your own workplace or teams that you might play for or even involved with, you might have very specific forms of life in those environments that some could be very suppressive, some could require lots of autonomy where, similar to Steve Hansen, you've got to self-regulate, you've got to find your own way in that environment. And the different subsystems, so I suppose the main one is the macro system, or the overriding one is the macro system. So that could be socio-cultural, historical constraints or influences. Then next we'd have the exosystem. So that would be an environment that a developing individual wouldn't be part of, but it would influence their development. So a good example in sport, for example, could be coaching. So coaching pathways, coaching courses. A young performer would not necessarily be in that environment, but what's going on in that environment could influence their development. And then the final two, so a mesosystem is multiple arenas that the individual would be part of. So home life, for example, or school life could have an influence on how they develop as a player or performer. And then the last one is where the microsystem, where they'd spend most of the time. So that could be the week in, week out training environment that individual spends time in. So it's not to say one is more powerful than the other, because as a complex system would suggest, they all interact to provide these different attractor states. So research that I'll talk about in a minute. So we've found that actually parents have a massive influence on talent development practices in certain clubs in rugby league. So you can see how even the meso system can influence what practices take place in talent development settings. So, and key to this is that a form of life is relational in regards to affordances. So the way we interact with an environment in a sporting context or practice context is dependent on the form of life. Okay, so again, research that I'll speak about in a minute. So, for example, disciplined behaviour or hypermasculinity can have a massive influence on the type of practice tasks that coaches might design. So, and that's really crucial for our research, is this relational nature of affordances and a form of life there. So, I'm just going to talk about some research that we've been carrying out in regards to socio-cultural constraints and a form of life. So, this is taking place in the sport of rugby league. So, just if people aren't aware, rugby league's predominantly played in the north of England, and it was born out of a discontent with their southern counterparts, and they wanted to pay the players to play, and that meant they had to stop work. So, and the southern counterparts wanted to retain the amateurism. Okay, so there was a real clash there, and as such, very working class people that worked in the industrial era of the late 1800s, early 1900s, and they were influenced massively by Frederick Winslow Taylor's task system of management, where the people on the shop floor were given specific orders, specific tasks, certain times to do them. So it had parallels with certain coaching practices of that time. So thinking about rugby league, it's got a real rich backdrop to explore and to understand more about. So the first thing we set about doing was understanding that, and taking an approach where we wanted to understand more about that before we went into an ethnographic study. So interviewing coaches from across the sport, so participation, talent development, and also professional coaches in Super League, we aim to sketch and explore the form of life in that sport. So what we found on the macro system was that masculinity and replication were probably the biggest socio-cultural influences in that sport. So very hyper-masculine. A lot of coaches spoke a lot about a lot of players being, very tough, and that's how they felt the game should be played and how practice should be. Okay, but the problem is that filtered down into junior level coaching practices. Okay, so we had lots of issues with, or they found lots of issues with coaches overemphasising being tough rather than dexterity, skill, and things like that. And then moving down, so formal and informal learning was a big influence as well. And then what I was talking about, parents. So there was an expectation from parents in certain talent development environments that practice should look like what it does on telly, or what performance looks like on telly. And certainly parents that maybe had players that were very able or classed as highly talented in them environments, they were moaning and whinging, oh, why is my son not doing these sort of things? So some of the talent development coaches would give in to that and then make practice look like what it might look on telly. So we know that caused lots of issues with age and stage appropriate practice. And then finally, the practice task design was definitely influenced by hyper-masculine attitudes and behaviours, and lots of replication of practice as well. So, I'll carry on. So we wanted to understand the socio-cultural and political, even historical backdrop. So, got it, Dan. So yeah, I'll go quick. So the next slide essentially just demonstrates some data. So after we did that, we did an ethnographic study, so a season-long ethnographic study where I was a coach on a talent development program, and I really wanted to get a feel for that form of life. So, have you got it there? You won't be able to see this, but next slide. Next slide, Dan. You won't be able to see, but essentially taking field notes from before, during and after training, coach meetings with parents. There we go, well done. Document analysis, interviews with all the key agent stakeholders in those environments, and this is the data from that. So obviously there can be issues with interviews. We're not always getting a true picture. So this is data from the ethnographic study in a club, and this is what we found really. So we had definitely socio-cultural influences in regards to discipline, behaviour, and masculinity. There's a real coaching paradox as well. So the head of the academy had been through an academic route, so had some very defined ideas about what practice and player development practice should look like. So a very certain form of life or specific form of life. But then the coaches on the programme were local individuals, not came from an education background in a sense of undergraduate, postgraduate type education. It was coach education in terms of your level 1 and level 2. So there was a definite disagreement between what practice and player development practices should look like in compared to the head of the academy. And then there's a real thirst for deterministic type practice. So you do A, B and C and you'll get D. So lots of robotic players there was a feeling about, and it was reliant on external environmental features to guide behaviour, okay, not interacting with the environment in regards to affordances. So next steps, I suppose, is to really understand people's experiences of engaging with affordances, and we're going to use frameworks around phenomenology to do that, to get a real understanding from an athlete, a player's perspective on how they interact with the environment, and maybe understand through theorising work from Gibson and other academics just about how that might marry up with affordances really. So sorry, it's a whistle stop, but I know we're running out of time. Questions at the end, Will? Or now?
Something about, you mentioned about New Zealand.
Yeah.
The coach. What you got a quote there? So, yeah. So, is there any more specifics than the one that was just next page? Sorry. Is there anything sort of specific there, or a combination of things that he thought or that you found like contributed to using images being that way? Like anything in the sort of physical environment or the social, cultural environment?
Yeah, it's real, isn't it? It's authentic. It's how you had to be as a New Zealander back in the day. You're very remote. You're not reliant on the internet, or certainly a lot of the farming regions are quite remote. So you probably haven't got access to a garage or a mechanic. So it's those type of behaviours that you develop. I use a good football example from forgot his name. He was a Stoke manager. Tony Pulis. So if you read up on his background, it absolutely makes sense why he might coach and set his teams up the way he does. Very defensive, he experienced a lot of racism as a young lad, very defensive, Maltese descent. So you can definitely make parallels with his upbringing and perhaps the way he played football and now coaches football as well. Yeah, so yeah.
Challenges that we face is rather than trying to copy or supplant someone else's culture into ours, is actually trying to recognise that culture and the socio-cultural constraints that we live in are the things that we have to deal with for our players. And quite often we want to grab something that looks exciting from somewhere else and probably doesn't fit our form of life for our athletes. And that's, I think, a key sort of message from that.
I think my job next is trying to tie those two bits together and give you an example, a case study from international hockey, where how we go about designing environments based on the former life. So a little bit of context on the guys we work with. Most of them aren't full-time athletes. They've got full-time jobs. We kind of see them about 40 days a year, and they come in at sort of 2 days at a time. So, and we kind of run 4 sessions over those 2 days. So like we're very condensed practice time, and that influences some of the decisions we make. And we're competing with a lot of full-time athletes and full-time programs. So what we created was a framework. So the kind of gap between the theoretical ideas and the practical application was an issue. And part of my kind of PhD body of work was to create a framework that bridges that gap for coaches. Now, within that framework, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but there's a set of principles that guide practice design. There's a practice design continuum, which I'll talk a little bit about in a minute. There's an environment builder, a variability dial, and a representative dial. Don't worry too much, but kind of designed as tangible tools that coaches can operate and move around whilst they're engaging in the process of designing their practices. Coaches have to make lots and lots of decisions while they're designing the practice, what type of practice, where on the continuum, which constraints to manipulate, and all those depend on the context and what they're trying to get out of the practice. So it's trying to just scaffold that process, if you like, a little bit for them. The challenge for us as coaches is to prepare kind of these guys for top-level competition in a really short time space. Okay, it is the challenge. So principle 1 is intention. So if we kind of link back to the affordance stuff that Keith talked about, what is my intention for the practice? What do I really want them to get out of it? And then I work backwards from there and look at which affordances do I really need to have in this practice and to have designed in. Let's take an example. If I want us to work on counter-attacking, I know I need to design a practice that involves transitions of possession. A transition in possession is more likely to lead to a counter-attack. Okay, so I'll start to think then, how do I manipulate constraints to facilitate lots of changes or transitions in possession? And I kind of work backwards from there to create those. Most of you that work in sort of invasion game sports will just know this as coaching. This is what you do. It's just the constraints-led approach is a framework that sits behind it that just informs and helps me make some of those decisions. So here's a clip. We're playing Belgium here. You can see we're slightly up against it. Currently 5-0 down. These guys are the world champions. Now, the way people defend in hockey, particularly close to their goal, is quite narrow, and that means that you're often attacking on the outside of the pitch like this. Now, so you end up with lots of opportunities to attack here. Now, these guys, they're pretty good at it. And it was a real area of development for us. So we were finding we're having loads of possession, being pushed around the outside of the pitch and not making enough of those opportunities. So that's the kind of task we set ourselves about designing in. So how we work, we start off by thinking, right, where on this continuum do we want to base this practice based on our intention? So really simple. At the top end is more numbers, macro games, 8v8s, 11v11s. Bottom end, okay, 1v0, one with one, those types of practices up there. As Keith mentioned earlier, one end isn't good and the other end isn't bad. It's deciding where you need to be, why, and based on your intention. Now, based on our former life, we tend to spend a lot of our time at the top end. We've got very little time with them. We've got lots of tactical intentions that we need to get right. We need to make things as representative of the performance environment as possible. Okay, so we tend to put more of our eggs at the top end of the continuum, just because that suits our context and our needs. If you're working in a development area with youth athletes, you may make different decisions about where you base your practices. You might not have 22 guys on the pitch to coach, as an example. So this practice we designed, we kind of sat in the small-sided game area. It's kind of a 4v4, 5v5 practice. Once we've done that, we go to principle 2. So we kind of build our environment to offer the opportunities we wish the learners to interact with. So the affordances. It sounds flashy, but designing in affordances is basically like, if you want to get your team better at counter-attacking and practicing counter-attacking, design a practice which makes them counter-attack a lot and work backwards from there. Now, you want those counterattacks to occur in the most natural, organic way that they would in the game, and that's the kind of skill that sits behind it. So, I tell you, we went to our builder. So, if you flash back to Keith's slide earlier, athlete, environment, task, and sort of movement, solutions, decisions all come out as a product of these things. We basically look at this as a coach and go, right, which things do we want to manipulate here? So the first thing we played around with this was the size and the shape of the pitch, the orientation of the goals, and the ball feed position. Okay, and it kind of looked like this. So it's just got a... So you'll see the sideline of the pitch is up there. The goals are shifted to this side. So basically it's like a wonky pitch. The goals are sat on the far side of the pitch, which offers lots of space over here. The ball feed positions, so there's one here and there's one in the top corner. Whenever the ball leaves the pitch, wherever, it will get fed from here. So what we're thinking is we're really clever here. This is going to work. Okay, we're going to really get loads of entries to the circle here where we want them, and we're going to get loads of chance to get in and coach all the detail and practice in and around here. So we're thinking, yeah, we've nailed this practice design. This is what happened. So you're thinking here, yeah, we're going to do it? Nah, we'll go in the middle. So this continued for 5-10 minutes, and it does make you realize that players never interact with an environment how you imagined it. Okay, and whilst you think you're providing these affordances for them to go and go, this is going to work, you then pop them in the environment, and they basically hammer the ball straight down the middle. And it's a little bit like you can provide opportunities to counterattack, but that doesn't mean they're going to engage with the counterattacking in the way that you think is effective. Okay, so we've definitely provided them with the opportunity, but we actually need to nudge them within the environment to start doing some of the things that we want them to do. Okay, so we adapt the environment by drawing their attention to certain affordances. We want to invite them to attack the outside of the circle. Okay, at the moment, the invitation to attack down the middle is too attractive to them, and they're turning down the one on the outside. Okay, now over-constraining would be things like you can only enter the circle around the outside. Okay, what have I done? I've removed the decision to attack down the outside and just told them. Okay, the other associated sort of disadvantage of doing it that way around is the defenders all go and stand on the outside of the circle, which is exactly where you want them to attack. Now, if your players saw that picture in a game, actually the right answer is to attack the middle of the circle. Okay, so this is when we apply an understanding of co-adaptation, and this comes from ecological dynamics. So I start to play around with things. I actually, in the end, we got there by offering them bonus points for attacking the top of the circle, which sounds completely against what we were trying to get them to do. But why that worked was, in the end, the defenders then went to the top of the circle and blocked the bonus points, which then actually invited them to engage with the affordances on the outside. The other thing we had to do was add another set of players. So we went from 4v4 to 5v5 to just increase the congestion and promote them playing around the outside. Okay, so it's just an example of, right, we've had to add a point scoring system here, and point scoring systems are pretty prevalent in all invasion games. How do I use these point scoring systems to invite engagements with the affordances I want them to play around with in that way? An example of the two-touch example is actually if you give defenders an extra point every time they get a touch on the ball or good pressure on the ball, then the attackers tend to respond and start to move the ball on early. If you restrict players to two-touch, what we've actually found is the defenders back off the players because they know they can't dribble and they can only pass. and actually you're inviting them to actually dribble them, which is the exact opposite of what you want them to play around with. So, and we're not saying never use two-touch. There's a time and a place for two-touch. So if you want your players to make more of an effort to provide passing options off the ball, you might restrict the touch of the player on the ball, knowing that that's not particularly good for the guy on the ball, but I'm accepting that trade-off because what I want is the impact off the ball. And essentially, whenever we remove the game from its truest form, 11v11 full pitch, this size, we're taking away some of the reality, and it's just playing around with that. Cool. And actually, it kind of took 3-4 takes of running this practice in kind of 5-minute blocks for us to kind of really just tweak and manipulate the affordances and the invitations to get it to where we wanted it to go. So this isn't a bad practice, just running it like this. But if you want specific targeted development for guys to engage with specific affordances, then the application of constraints into these games is quite nuanced and takes practice and skill, like you mentioned earlier, an understanding of the game, so that you know if we do this to the defense, the offense will then do this, which means the defense can kind of respond and do that. And we started to get situations like this where we were attacking into those baselines, okay, and again to practice some of the things that we wanted to practice. So our kind of key learnings from applying a constraints-led approach as a framework to our practice design within international hockey is the kind of process is nuanced and detailed, and obtaining like targeted and transferable development requires planning and reflection time. It really is detailed and really does take time and is nuanced. Stop putting pressure on ourselves to get it right every time, first time. It's really messy, and you never know how they're truly going to interact with your practice. So actually the process of manipulating the affordances is really important. The ability to be agile and adapt the learning environment either in or between the sessions we found as really important. So while the practice is going on in the first 5 minutes, we're looking at it going, is it asking the right question? Are they engaging in the right affordances here? What do we need to change? And letting that happen and breathe while it's happening. Co-adaptation is probably our biggest tool at this level when we're playing around with games. We apply that pretty much all the time. And I didn't talk too much, but the other two principles of representative design and variability also require real attention. I have a reputation for going way over time. How's that?
Any questions at all for Danny?
First of all, thanks for the presentation. Brilliant. Really interested in this sort of stuff. And I follow you on Twitter, and it's really good to listen to your whole Teleco stuff like that. One of the criticisms of the ecological approach is the terminology and getting your head around it. What's your spin on that? How do we make it easy if we're going to sell this concept to other people?
Good question, and one we get a lot. There are certain phrases that are quite specific, and like the phrase affordances, that's the one that normally gets the eyes rolling into the back of the head. However, the nuanced detail behind that and application of it is really important. So we need to make it accessible by explaining with examples, by working with coaches on the pitch, so they truly understand what the word affordance is and how they apply it. Coaches are some of the cleverest people kind of I work with. What they have to do in their job is incredibly hard. I think if coaches are turning around going, it's academic language, I'm not interested, I'd question their motivations for really engaging and improving. And then we will get faces like, I feel deeply uncomfortable with that, but we do get asked to dumb it down quite a lot. Yeah, so how do you make it accessible whilst maintaining the rigor of what it means? If you lose some of the nuance, you end up with 2 touches and 5 passes restrictions because they don't understand affordances. It's painting that picture for them so they get their heads around it.
The word that you use there, the restrictions, that is something that we find with restrictions and rewards is that grassroots coaches, we're working with 20,000 a year, that it's an easier concept to sell and teach, rather, and they naturally do it anyway without realising.
Yeah. I think you can explain over-constraining to coaches and those types of things using language. And if you can explain affordances using accessible languages, and as long as you capture the nuance of the word, then I think you're okay. That's not easy, and that's a challenge for us as coach developers, I think.
I think that's a really good point, trying to get coaches to think about
What it is that they're trying to do. So Danny's first principle around intentionality is key when you play things like 5-touch. What is it that you want them to search for? If you want them to search for scoring a goal, but they're in the middle of keeping 5 touches, they're not going to search for the things that you want them to do. So you need to make sure that whatever you're practicing in terms of your environment allows the players to search for the thing that you're intending them to search for. And then you're right, the language might be difficult, but that shouldn't be the thing that I think stops us sort of working with coaches and putting them off. So if you're using different language, Keith, who's the sort of our inspiration around a lot of this work, has spent a lot of time adding that rigour. So it's not that we just get rid of those words, but we help coaches work through what it means to them in their environment.
Empathising with them that some of this is a little bit hard to get their heads around normally helps as well.
The challenge I've seen, because I've seen James Warren do quite a bit of this, when you show the videos and the terminology aligned to that, it doesn't look as representative as what you show. So if you look at the game against Belgium, and it was a deep block, quite congested, the practice looked like high transition, out of balance, dealing with it. And sometimes you look at it and you go, oh, is that giving the affordances that you're looking for in relation to dealing with the deep block and get round the side?
I think that's a really fair critique, and what Danny was saying was that you know, you've got to play with this. It's not a magic bullet. You can't just go, oh, we've got a great idea, theoretically it works, go and do that. You know, you've got to then play with it, change the affordances, change the size of the pitch, change.
We've gone to 6-a-side on this to change it, and it might sound obvious here, of course, but actually it's taken us 5 or 6 iterations to get that practice to do what we wanted it.
We'll talk in a minute about something we've done similar in PE. We wrote about 150 games, and they were great on a whiteboard in our office, and then played 30 of them with kids, and it was like, oh, that's gone. It just doesn't work. So there is part of what we're trying to get across today, I guess, is that there's been this really, really powerful move theoretically, and now we're just trying to see, or starting to see, that in practice, and then to go back to the theory and sort of retest that or reinvigorate some of the questions that have been boiling around in terms of the theoretical ideas, because we're trying to look at what it looks like in practice.
The challenge is not just to set the players up in the positions you want and shout play, because that isn't occurring naturally and at the velocities and the speeds that they would experience it in the game, so the affordances are off anyway, so it is messy and hard, and that's challenge. Just one more.
I just want to pick up on the connection point you just talked about, this idea of intentionality. How explicitly that's shared with the athletes, a bit like you did at the beginning of this presentation. You said this is what you're going to hear in this presentation. That's a constraint in and of itself, and it affords us to notice certain things about the way that you present it and pay attention to certain stuff. So how do you utilise that within your session structure?
Cleverly, I think. Sometimes you'll give them exactly what we're trying to get out of it. Other times you might say, right, today I want our defence to be up a notch. I want us to be aggressive. And actually what I might be trying to get out of that is an attacking development. But then the players go on the pitch with this intentionality of really aggressive defence, which asks the correct question of the offence that I want to ask. So I think intentionality is something you should use as a coach cleverly to then sort of facilitate a certain way of acting on a pitch and engagement with the affordances in a certain way.
Presumably you also use it by not telling them in order to check maybe later on what they think.
Absolutely.
It depends on your participants. So with the PE programme, they don't get told anything because they won't be able to process some of those things. My other role is coaching. Sometimes I'll tell one player, but the form of life is he needs loads of confidence, so I'm telling him the intention so that he feels in power of the session, and right, you're the one that can dribble today, but I'm going to make everyone else search for other things. And so it's understanding your athlete as well as your environment design. So absolutely, intentionality is one of the tools that you can use, I think, in a really dynamic and flexible way every time you come to be engaged in a session. Is that fair?
Yeah.
So I'll not take too much time up, and but my background's coaching, and as a disclaimer, Danny and I worked together at Oxford Brookes, and with another colleague, John Lyle, started rehashed, should I say, because it already existed, but rewrote the coaching degree there. But it included PE students, and both Danny and I were coaching, and we found lots of students wanted placements in PE, and we were sort of going, go to a school. And it wasn't really working because we were talking to them about constraints, and then they were going into schools and they were lining kids up and doing drills. So we set about doing the Boeing project, which was basically, we got a bit of seed funding from Oxford Brookes and decided we'd write 100 or so games based on constraints that fitted different parts of the primary school physical education curriculum. So we did that over a period of, I think it was about 4 or 5 years, got lots wrong. And really what I want to talk to you about is how this isn't just about elite sport and performance development. Actually, constraints-led approach applied in development settings or participation settings is equally as powerful, and actually I would argue maybe something that we really need to get into, certainly primary school and foundational level work to help young people. So design these games, 130 games. This is not a plug because they're all free, so we've got some funding. You can sign up, access all the games. There's videos of the games, there's session plans, there's learning outcomes, so it's not a plug, but it was for our students to use, really. What we started to find through some research with other universities was that the amount of activity of students, so we went up significantly, doing things that looked a bit more like play, essentially. We did a randomized controlled trial. We looked at schools that didn't use Boeing. They were active for about 30% of a PE lesson. So they were listening for 70%. Or stood still. And active, in terms of the definition, is walking as well. So it wasn't even like they were running around and getting a sweat on. We, with just our undergraduate students, went and did Boeing, and we found that without any training, just using the games, the activity went up to about 60% of any one lesson, and then with training, closer to sort of 70 or 80% of activity. So we ideally, because this was around developing young people's movement and physical literacy, we just wanted to see if using constraints-led approach, designing games, could get kids playing again in a way that would support their movement competencies and their movement solutions. So what I was doing at the time was doing some work with International Physical Literacy Association, and there's lots of philosophical chat, which is really important and powerful, but no one was telling PE teachers how to actually operationalize this idea of play in kids or development of physical literacy. So we wanted to try and operationalize that and move away from the dominant traditional approach. And if you think sport is bad, go and look in some primary schools or secondary schools. Young people stood in lines. Is actually more common than perhaps we would want it to be. And instead offer these alternative approaches that just got young people playing. So these games have done that. I was sort of minded of I was doing some research with gangs in London where they were trying to instill some discipline essentially in young people through sport. And a day later I was in a Boeing class, and the lines of young people not saying anything were so similar in both the kind of gang setting and in primary school setting. It was quite scary to see people just sort of being disciplined in this traditional way and not particularly active. So that was the sort of driver behind the project. What we did in terms of adopting this play-based curriculum was try and go against the idea that using the constraints-led approach, that there were some fundamental skills that we wanted young people to learn around the kind of skipping, hopping, jumping, throwing, catching, and in fact, could we provide games where they would search for those solutions, so they would jump or throw or catch without us actually giving them a model for what that looked like and teach that skill first and then implant them in a game. we designed lots of games where solutions would be some of those things. Importance here was the affordances, the invitation to act, rather than us telling them how they might act to solve those. And as a result of that, and sort of trying to be aware of time, we developed these 6 principles, which is really what I wanted to talk to you about, and perhaps link into what Danny was saying, and also think about the form of life within primary school physical education. Teachers as environment architects, so we were, just in the same way as we've done with the work in coaching, we were really keen that teachers are understanding how to design those environments. So whilst we've written those games, they're not necessarily fixed. We're encouraging teachers through training to take some of those games, adapt them, design them for their children, and make sure that actually they're designing an environment that suits their learner. We were really clear around this that the game is not the teacher. This wasn't about this idea of hands-off coaching that Keith talked about earlier. This was very much about ensuring that teachers are explicitly taking control of designing games and still coaching and teaching within that. Don't just set the game up and let it run and then just stand back and have a cup of coffee and say, well, they'll self-organise and they'll learn. We still need to sort of impact on them, help them, maybe support them to search for different solutions. As Danny's already talked about affordance-driven design and those invitations to act. So one of the games, for example, we would have pancakes on the floor, the little cones on the floor, spread out at different stages, that they'd have to hop to, but that someone couldn't necessarily fill the same pancake at the same time. So every time someone clapped, they'd all have to move. So they search for that, and if there's something that's too far, they would have to really, create a big jump and lunge. And if there's a small one, they might just actually find that instead. The idea being really, and linked to some of the work around dexterity and degeneracy, is that we weren't trying to get them to build up a motor pattern, like this is how you jump. We want them to have lots of dexterous answers to jumping or leaping or throwing or catching, whatever it might be. Manipulating those constraints and making sure that we were constantly playing with them and trying to get the learners to engage with those constraints in lots of different ways, not just sticking to certain approaches. We also were really clear about co-adaptation and collaboration as one of our principles. I don't know if you've seen much of the work around physical literacy, but one of the cogs that is talked about is the social cog. You've got to develop young people in terms of social. And what we saw in other lessons were that what that meant was coaches and teachers being nice. And that was sort of deemed as the social bit. We'll create a really nice environment. And actually, to be social, to interact with other people, to be able to perform with other groups, we designed games that really made them co-adapt. So they had to solve a problem with someone else. They had to, for example, if we asked them to create a balance that had a number of different points on the floor, that they would have to co-adapt in order to do that. Managed chaos, and one of the issues we were dealing with at the time around the constraints-led approach was that certainly Danny and I, when we designed this, was, it's just chaotic. All the PE teachers would say, it's chaotic, I can't cope. If Ofsted come along, we'll have no chance. And what we were trying to really encourage was not chaos and 50 people and 200 tennis balls in a small area. What we meant by that was creating instability in the system. So making sure that it was difficult, there was some chaos to it. They had to organise themselves in order to solve the solutions, solve the problems in the games. Danny often talks about low floor and high ceiling. So having enough chaos in there that it's difficult and complex for the best learners, but that there is enough stability in there for your weaker learner or the person that needs the most development. I'm sort of rushing because we're getting close to being out of time, I think. So those are some principles really that we looked at in terms of Boeing and implementing constraints-led approach really in primary school settings. And we've seen really similar things to our experiences in coaching settings as well, that if you can design an environment that encourages the sorts of movement solutions or decision-making solutions that you want effectively, and still remain hands-on in your coaching, that we're seeing lots of really good development in young people and in terms of their movement solutions and also in terms of their physical activity. And to Keith's point earlier around deliberate practice, every single game is designed to be fun and not to be scoring based, but to just be around using your body effectively. And we've seen that that's so far been pretty powerful in terms of working. Any questions about this part at all? Yeah.
What was the biggest challenge you faced? Was it the actual involvement of the children, or was it the reluctance of the teachers to accept that process of chaos?
Yeah, definitely the form of life, to borrow Martyn's work. I've got young children, they just want to play, they're bonkers, they want to have fun. You don't really need to give them anything other than space and freedom, and they'll create games. So it was the teachers. We gave the kids the games and they just absolutely loved it.
So did you give the games to the teachers to put on, or did you?
Yeah.
Yeah? So was it the fact that they didn't understand the concept of the game, or they didn't understand what the affordance was, or the intention was?
This is how to play Tidy My Room.
Someone's logged in. Good man.
No. So some of the games are so simple, and they're games you'll know and understand and have seen before. We had this sort of utopian view that they become environment architects and affordance-driven designers. Yeah. But for some of them, it's click on the game, play the game. The kids had to learn how to play. To start with, so we delivered it in quite a tough area in Oxford, in Blackbird Leys, and we were doing this game with bean bags, and they had to collect them and move them, and one group just collected the bean bags and set up what I could only assume was like a perimeter, and possession was 9/10, and it was sort of like, no, we'll give them all back, and then we'll restart the game and play again, and it was that wasn't happening. So learning to play, to share, to collaborate was some of the biggest things or challenges we had at the start, to start with it. And following rules, man, did they cheat. Which meant the affordances, they didn't engage in the affordances in the way we thought they would, because they were trying to win the game so much that it kind of drifted away.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And our intention is very different in this project, which is why we wanted to sort of show a different aspect. I could have talked about football coaching and done something very similar to Danny, but actually this is a different intention. We want them just to have fun and explore playing. And if you ask primary school teachers, most of what they do is sort of problem-based approaches to learning in every other subject but PE. And then in PE, they line them up and drill them. And you're like, you're really good at teaching. Why not in PE? I was like, well, surely they need to become Wimbledon champions, so we need to line them up and get them to do backhands. He's like, well, maybe later, you know. And so it's really that was the biggest challenge in answer to your first question, is getting the buy-in for teachers. We've got some really helpful advocates, people like Stuart Armstrong and Sport England, trying to support us to train coaches and make sure that it still stays free to access and teachers. So I think it is challenging the kind of conception of what PE ought to look like. That's the biggest thing. But I think it's helped that we haven't just gone in and said, well, let's just play some games with them. We've talked them through that there's actually a theoretical framework here that we've tried to embed into games, and so there's a change, I guess, in the perception of it through that. So in terms of a quick summary from all of us, that what I wanted to start with, or what we wanted to start with, that there is a well-established theoretical framework in terms of ecological dynamics and constraints-led approaches to coaching, that there is a really powerful, I think, important emerging body of work around socio-cultural constraints that Martyn and people like Joe Stone and other colleagues are starting to really try and tackle, I think, which has been left alone. We're not designing environments in isolation to the culture we live in. Yeah, anyone who's worked in football academy will know that there are other things that we often have to meet the needs of. We're really clear now as well that research needs to explore the application in real-world messy settings, not just to do lab-based experiments and find out if constraints works, because it's not the same as what it's like in the real world. So part of what Keith and colleagues have pioneered is PhD programs and research programs that actually are starting to use more innovative approaches and long-term approaches to understand how constraints actually work in action, and then to feed that back into, as I said earlier, testing questions around the sort of theoretical framework. So that's it from us, unless there's questions.
I think what we'll do is we'll have to hold it there now because we are out of time. We've had a number of questions throughout. I'm sure that the presenters will be more than willing to address any further questions during the break. We will have to have time now for a comfort break prior to our last keynote. So I'm sure you'll join in appreciation for the this is what I want to do, is that that's the power, isn't it?
It's my huge privilege to welcome and introduce Professor John Lyle to you. John is a Professor of Sports Coaching at Leeds Beckett University. But this kind of feels redundant now. I don't think John needs much introduction at all, because I think it's safe to say we would all acknowledge there is nobody who has done more to advance sports coaching as an academic discipline. Certainly within our shores. So we're hugely pleased to have him here on many grounds. John established the first sports coaching undergraduate degree and master's degree in the UK, and he's obviously the author of a number of influential textbooks which I'm sure adorn all our readers for most of our modules. John's academic experience is put alongside his considerable influence and experience in writing and contributing to influencing sports coaching policy, and he's also a very experienced high-level international player, and has also experience of being a professional athlete, so he is the whole back. John's writing, as I'm sure you're all aware, is an eclectic mix of things in the whole raft of sports coaching related domains, but most currently particularly thinking about how centred on cognitive organisation that enables coaches to make decisions in time pressurised situations. Much of his work follows on the development of that concept and how that scaffolds into education, development and research in sports coaching. So I'll get out of the way, I'll leave you to John, and please would you welcome him for his closing keynote for our conference, Reconsidering Our Direction of Travel, Bringing Pragmatism to Sports Coaching Research.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure if I need this microphone or not, but you can tell me whether it's making any difference. Otherwise, I'll just walk amongst you. Hopefully you can hear me and there's no need for a translator. Actually, we're all a wee bit heavy on this side rather than that side, but I'm guessing these are the ones that want to try and get out quickly. I am going to try and keep to something close to the original time. And I do say thank you genuinely for staying on this late in the afternoon. I suspect most of you are waiting just to see whether you've won one of the prizes. My thanks to Don and Andy and all of the team for organising the conference, but also particularly for the invitation to speak, and also for all the arrangements that have been made. I'm just going to check that these things come out all right. Yes. The Premier Inn was one of the best that I've ever stayed in, and I'm genuine. I'm not saying that facetiously. I've only ever been in Worcester one other time. This was in the mid-70s, and I came here for an interview at what was then Worcester College of Education. Arriving very late by train, I hadn't booked a bed and breakfast. Naive young boy at the time. Hadn't booked a bed and breakfast, wandered around for half an hour, couldn't find anywhere, so went into the police station. And the guy said, "You're too late, son. You'll not find anything now, but there's a room upstairs, you can sleep up there if you like." So my only other evening in Worcester, I slept on the floor of a police station. I don't even know where the police station is now, but that's where I slept in the evening. Not the most comfortable of evenings, and I didn't get the job either. One of my early tutors, Alan Guy from Loughborough, observed me in the very first presentation I ever made at a conference, And the advice he gave me afterwards was to say, don't be quite so defensive in what you're saying. And some will laugh now and say, were you ever defensive? But don't be quite so defensive about what you're saying, because remember that you probably know more than the audience does about what you're speaking about. And I have to say that I'm not all that convinced about that in this case, given the quality of the people that I see in front of me. I'm genuinely humbled by the quality of the people that I'm speaking to. So that's me trying to say I'm going to try not to be defensive. Some many moons ago, I had a modest career in playing football. You can tell by the pictures, one, that I was a goalkeeper, and two, these have been enhanced from sepia to black and white. It was so many years ago. That was actually, and after 57 years of playing, I've been reduced to this. So still there. The one with the green jersey on this side, it took me about 20 minutes to get down there, and about 20 minutes to get back up. The one at the top in the black actually was only last season, and I have promised everybody that I know that really is the last game. I won't be playing again. Why am I mentioning this? Because I don't really care about my football career anymore. It's long gone. But my academic career is somewhere the same. You can tell by the absence even of grey hair now, that I'm getting towards the end of an academic career. I was going to say something about that, but then Robin got in before me last night and started talking about the shelf life of academics. And he was looking at me when he said it. I could tell he was looking at me when he said it. But the gist of it is that I don't really care what I say now. So I'm just going to tell you what I think about some of coaching research and offer you some opinions and some insights into what I think about it, if we'll put it that way. Let me give you a roadmap of where I think we're going. I hope you get the cartoon. It took one of my colleagues an awful long time to work that out. But if you just look down, those are the subheadings of where we're heading with this. Move on quickly. The first one really is I think there's a common perception, and I don't think it's inaccurate in my view, that coaches, practitioners if we like, don't use or access research papers or don't use the research findings. I think you can exempt some high-performance coaches from this, particularly in the area of sports science and technology, training methods. And I think that we could say proliferation of master's degrees and level 4 type studies have made a big difference. They've had an impact on the extent to which coaches have engaged with the academic enterprise. But I still think that if you allow me that generalization, that practitioners are not accessing directly research findings and papers. The response I think that I would give and that others would give too is that, well, of course, practitioners don't use research because it wasn't written for them. Academics write research for other academics. They don't write them for practitioners. That's to do with the language, and it's to do with access, and it's to do with lots of things. I think we make the assumption that once research is translated in some way, it will inform coach education and development, and that will later on impact on practice, so that there will be a chain which will eventually get to practice. But of course, many of my colleagues sitting in front of me will also claim that coach education doesn't use research either, so we have an impasse. I think we might reasonably expect that coaches would value research if it was more meaningful and more relevant to their needs. And I think it would be helpful to ask ourselves some questions, the questions which you see there. I mean, I know you can read all the things, so I'm not going to read absolutely everything that's on the slide. But I'll pick one or two of them. Is the research paper that you are reading or that you've just written, is this derived from a practitioner problem? Is it a problem that practitioners have spoken about, raised, they perceive that it's necessary, or is this something which you as a researcher have thought,
I think I could write a paper on this. I've got some data, I've got access to data, I've got a student who's got access to data. But is this being derived from an issue which is likely to make it meaningful to practitioners, to coaches? And many others, questions up there which I'll come down. I think we could apply some of these questions to the papers that we read. I pick on the third one down there. Has the practice of the coaches in the sample been identified? One of my pet hates. So that I read lots and lots of papers. I say that. I read some papers. I read lots and lots of coaching research papers. I very, very rarely ever see the coach's practice identified. Different matter, of course, perhaps in some ethnographic studies, some case studies, but in general terms, what we find is that there are X numbers of coaches, they're aged 25 to 105, they're all 5'10", they've got 3 years of experience, and that's it. And we're supposed to take from that something about that sample of coaches. I would quite like to know what their practice is, because knowing more about that practice might make it more meaningful to others who are reading it, not just academics, but if we make it accessible to coaches. So I know I reiterate that your answer might be, well, it wasn't written for practitioners. I think the majority of papers are written for academic colleagues, they're written for personal vanity, and they're written for journal editors. And that's what shapes what we do. If it's not relevant and meaningful, then the coaches won't find it worthwhile. Second point to make, I think that the rationale for our papers rests usually on one of two premises. The first is that there's a gap in our knowledge. The second is that there is perceived poor practice in coaching, which you or the author feels needs to be righted in some way. If I have to read another paper that starts with "little has been written about," well, yes, it has. There's been lots written about it, probably. But every paper that I read starts with "little has been written about." There is a tendency to identify features of coaching practice that don't resonate with current socio-pedagogical assumptions. The point I'm making is that not all coaching was bad before us. Before you wrote the paper, before the papers were written, not all coaching was bad. If only Nadia Comaneci and Mark Spitz and Daley Thompson had had some good coaches, just think what they could have achieved. I remember sitting on a volleyball tour in 1970, quite a while ago, in 1970 in Germany, outside a cafe in Germany, watching Brazil winning the World Cup, and just saying to myself at the time, if only they'd had a good coach, just think what they could have achieved. My point is that not all coaching was bad before. My frustration is that I was teaching and coaching in the 70s and 80s and the 90s. But now I'm led to believe that there's such a thing called traditional coaching. I'm not actually sure what traditional coaching is, but apparently I would have it. So my coaching then, according to this, would have been pretty poor. It might have been pretty poor anyway, but apparently I didn't reflect on my practice. I was only interested in the outcomes, the results, not the players. I focused on technique. My drills weren't created in such a way that I was asking players to think rather than simply replicate things. Drills weren't contextualized. I didn't teach principles. And I wasn't aware of the organizational pressures within which I was working. Now, that's not my memory of what coaching was like. And I hear researchers saying, but I didn't mean everybody when I wrote that. And well, don't overgeneralize then, if you didn't mean everybody. I find it interesting that humanist-driven coaches can be quite dismissive of other people's coaching practice, which I don't think the two things go together. Why don't we invest in what coaches were doing right at that time, rather than just what you now argue was wrong? What I'm really arguing for, particularly from those first 2 points, is a measure of humility. All contributions to knowledge are valuable in some way. Even if they don't fit your epistemological lens and your research paradigms, be patient and read what others are saying. Absorb and reflect. But you don't have to dismiss everything else that doesn't fit your particular model. I don't think it's necessary to criticise others in a paper in order to create a rationale for why you're doing what you're doing. Just defend what you're doing and say why it's valuable. You don't have to start by saying everything else is rubbish. You really want to read this. And I'm exaggerating a little bit, but there are papers which have a tendency to dismiss the approaches of others or the practices of others. I have been criticised in the past, really quite often in fact, for advocating a linear approach to coaching. Now, I don't know what that is, and I certainly have never advocated it as far as I'm aware, but I can feel waves of antipathy coming from some members of the audience. I felt so much, and I know this is a busy slide, so please accept it in the spirit that it's offered, but these statements have been culled from authors who have been writing and supporting something which is a non-linear approach to coaching practice. I'm sure you agree with the things that are up there, and I suspect that you would think that they were written actually by some of the people who are in the audience. In fact, they were all written by me at some point in the last umpteen years. So be patient and read what people are saying rather than generalize about the position that they adopt. Do we see coaching practice differently depending on the lens that we look through? Well, the answer, of course, is yes. We all have different backgrounds. We have different biographies. We have different histories. You know, some people focus on performance. Some focus on relationships. Some focus on outcomes, decision making, and lots of different things that we could focus on. And it tends to give this impression that we are seeing different coaching in front of us. But of course, the coach doesn't know that you've got a different epistemological lens. She is not amending her coaching on the basis of your lens. The coaching is what the coaching is. It's how you see it that's different. But don't give the impression that you're the only one who can see the light. Other people can see a different light. Seek some humility in the way that we write about our coaching. In your quieter, that's why the bath was up before, in your quieter moments, when you're lying in the bath, you say to yourself, can I understand coaching better? Yes. Can you explain coaching better? Yes. Have I made the practice of coaching any better? Hopefully the answer would be, well, I've contributed to it. And that's what I would like you to be thinking. To be a wee bit more contentious, I'm trying to stir things up, but I'm not seeing anybody actually jumping up and down at the minute. But you can jump up and down in a wee while. I would suggest that the respect and the understanding that we give to coaches in research should acknowledge the challenges of the job, and that coaches are doing, well, I'm saying acknowledge the challenges, and that what we should also try to demonstrate is that we have some personal insight into those challenges and into the difficult role that they exercise. I'm not suggesting that you need to have been a coach to write a good research paper. But I do read papers, I have to be honest, I do read papers, and at the end of reading it, I'm kind of saying to myself, I'm not getting the feel that that person understands what this coaching business is about. And if I'm getting that feeling, I can understand why coaches might not think that it's worth reading. Coaches implicitly and explicitly understand the complexity of their roles and their practices. They cope with it every day. Have you ever felt the pressure of being 2 sets to 0 down to your biggest rivals before a record crowd and defending a 6-year unbeaten run? How often have you told 3 people from 15 that they're not going to the World Student Games? Been faced with the dilemma of playing or not playing an injured player? Ethics aside. Maintaining variety in your practices after 5 years of coaching the same team every week. Real problems. Dealing with selection issues every time you play. Changing tactics to cope with new players. Being sat in a disciplinary meeting with a very experienced Russian coach because the Venezuelans had cheated. And as a very young coach sitting in that disciplinary meeting, I actually didn't know what to say and got a lesson in international diplomacy by listening to what the Russian coach was saying. Now, you don't have to have done all that, or something like it, but therefore have some humility and realism when you're interpreting coaches' behaviours, and particularly when you're making recommendations. It has to be meaningful and relevant to coaches' actual practice. In particular, an example is, Don mentioned having done some work on decision-making, particularly semi-deliberative decision-making in the midst of games, match coaching. I totted up my match coaching in volleyball just in international matches, international tournaments, European Cup finals, those kind of things, which meant that I'd coached over 400 sets of volleyball at that level. Now, yes, that means I'll carry a lot of biases with me, and I would have to recognise those biases that I would be carrying with me. But it gives me a good sense of what it's like to make a decision in those contexts. And I would hope that that would be reflected in some way and would be translated into the way I would write about that work. Right, I thought maybe you'd be sleeping by now, so I'm going to throw some numbers at you. I'll try and make some points about sports coaching through numbers. I looked up some advice on keynotes, what constituted a good keynote presentation. One expert that I Googled said, don't use bullet points and be concise, and then gave me 17 bullet points on what constitutes a good presentation. But the one piece of advice that stuck me with was tell stories, which I've tried to do, but don't use numbers. Well, I'm going to ignore that advice. I decided that I needed a little bit of evidence to go with some of the things that I was saying. So, not having anything else to do, I put sport coaching research. I might have said sports coaching because I'm not convinced everybody to say sport coaching. Put sport coaching research into Google, limited it to 2018, and looked to see how many research papers I could review for the purposes of this afternoon. I started off with 1,100 hits, and I wasn't going to do 1,100 even for a quick, dirty review for this afternoon. But after and I would have to say that in a totally undefensible way, I chucked out all the ones that, I'm trying to see what I chuck out, sports science, non-sport coaching, books, anything that was about higher education and student coaches, because that was higher education research, not coaching research, non-English language, and some that seemed to be of rather dubious origin. So I chucked all of them out and ended up with 176 papers. So I looked at 176 papers to see what they were saying. And I'll give you, well, the idea is that you have a little bit of a guess as to what the proportions would be in each of the characteristics here. There's another set of slides coming up in a minute, another slide coming up in a minute. So, in terms of, I've got the thing here. In terms of the type of paper, what do you think the percentages would have been between position review papers, theory concepts, empirical historical, or about method itself? And then in terms of the focus of the research, coaching practice, rather widely interpreted as coaching practice, relationships, interpersonal relationships, The third one has a catch-all about coaching systems, about professionalisation, about gender, and education and development. What would have been the proportions? Well, clearly most of them were empirical papers, because that was the whole reason, in the sense that I was doing it to see what kind of research people were doing. But there were a number of position review papers, very few historical ones. That would be Dave Day, and a few on methodological. So nothing much to say there, because it was about empirical. But look at the focus of the research. There were more papers on education and development, coach education and coach development, than on coaching practice. And then closely followed by relationships, interpersonal relationships. I don't know that I'm making a great play of that particular one, other than to say I had anticipated that coaching practice would be much higher. We have, clearly there are trends in the way that we attack our coaching research, and at the minute coach education, and well, that was 2018, I don't know if I said that, but it was 2018 was the year that I did it for. So most of the papers from the 176 were probably written by people who are sitting in the room at the minute. But coach education and coach development seems to have taken on that emphasis. What would I have found when I looked at, and there's many ways of interpreting the methodology. This was a down and dirty version. What was the proportion on interviews, questionnaire instruments? So instruments were with the psychology people, so questionnaires are instruments. Systematic observation, observation ethnography, case study experimental. And then domain, if I could be used that for a minute, domain and athlete groups. Where would the emphasis have lain? Just chuck me a couple of suggestions. I'm not having a table discussion, I just want you to shout out. Where's the emphasis going to be on the methods? Yep. Reported behaviour. Which of the domains is going to be the largest? Not sure? The answers? You're right. Interviews, 42%. Questionnaires and instruments, 34%, largely because of the psychology influence there. Observation ethnography, fairly high. Case studies, there was one experimental paper and 2 systematic observation papers. Domain in athlete groups, it was children and youth who were the biggest number. It's very difficult to say exactly what an elite athlete is. Again, it was a down and dirty interpretation of what's high performance, what's elite, what's performance. But really, at this point, I just wanted to show that it was children and youth that were the emphasis within what was being carried out. What are some of the points I'm trying to make from this? What proportion of those research papers were in situ? How many were deriving evidence from coaches in practice? Now, you could argue that some systematic observation was a very small number, but you could argue that was in situ coaching, but it would be asking a very specific kind of question, and it would be looking for a very specific kind of evidence. And similar, you could argue that ethnography and some of observations and case studies were looking at coaches in situ. But that would still come to, in my view here, a maximum of about 20% of the papers. We're looking at coaches actually doing coaching. Most of the time, with questionnaires, with instruments, and with interviews, it's reported behaviour. Admittedly, most of it is asking the coaches, which is better than something else, but it's still reported behaviour. How many gave details of the coach's practice? This is a quantitative terminology expression, about a handful. That's because I really don't know that one. But it wasn't very many, if any at all, in fact. How many, more to the point, in my view, the way I'm trying to frame this presentation, how many used athlete performance outcomes as the outcome of whatever it was that they were investigating? And the answer of 176 papers is none. There were no papers at all that investigated whatever it was that was being looked at, whether it was an intervention or some theory that was being applied from somewhere else, whatever it was that was being looked at, it was being evaluated against itself. It wasn't being evaluated against the athlete's performance. Now, I'll just move to the next bit. I would like to see athlete performance rather more central to what it is that we're doing. I do understand, I recognise that coaching is a social phenomenon. It's based heavily on interpersonal dynamics. The actual micromanagement of the coaching moment and moments is heavily nuanced. These are very difficult things to investigate. But surely improving, developing, sustaining, executing and managing sports performance is at the heart of what coaching is about. It may not be the only goal, but surely it's going to be fairly central to the enterprise. I'll explain in a minute what I've put up there. Just a brief word about the use of the term coaching domains. I'm aware of the criticism that these are artificially created boundaries. Not in my view. I think the distinctions are evident in the papers that people write, and in my case, in a conference presentation, tested against a sample of over 2,000 coaches. Sometimes I think the benefits to helping coaches understand their situation, to informing coach education, to helping coaches to make sense of their practice, outweighs, in my view, the torture, if you like, of trying to self-reference theoretical positions that reinforce a wider agenda. I'm just saying there are coaching domains. I was persuaded by, I was sitting there wrestling with this, and I was thinking, I'm actually persuaded by the fact that our researchers research within, in my view, domains. So what you have up there are three, the boxes represent the work of three esteemed writers on coaching. I'm not saying that they're all in the room, but they might be. The only point I'm making from this is that, I was actually trying to be reasonably sensible about it. I again went back on, I didn't go onto Google Scholar actually, I went back onto their university websites, looked at the list of publications and took the last 8 publications that they had done that were empirical papers. And then I looked to see what athlete population they had written about. So that one writes in that area, this one writes in this area, and actually, unfortunately, from my point of view, the one in the middle kind of covered a little bit more of the area. I just found it, from my point of view, slightly reinforcing that people were actually working in domains, even within their own research. And it's kind of understandable. People make use of a domain, a specific sport, a context that suits the epistemological lens that they choose to use. If you're going to ask questions about relationships or decision making or something else, then you're going to try and find a sport that suits the question you're asking. And we do that, we do it all the time. Returning to my theme of humility, and I think I borrowed the straw man from Julian here when he's using it at some point in his writing. This is a concept, reduction deficit fallacy. and that's slightly different from the straw man, but what happens in the straw man is a wee bit like I was describing earlier in some papers, that the author starts off by paraphrasing the work of somebody else and then presenting it in some kind of reasonably concise, generalized assertion, which they then go on to show that their work has a better answer to. And this is the straw man approach. So you set up a dummy, you set up an attack which you can attack easily. And I don't think we need to do that, but some authors do that. And what we do with the reduction deficit fallacy is that we tend to find a theory from somewhere in the ether. So we'll borrow one from business, or we'll borrow one from education, we'll borrow one from psychology, then we apply it to coaching. We go out and do a bit of research, we gather some evidence about what practice is like out there, and then we evaluate it in a reference back to that theory alone. And as a result, we end up saying there's a deficit in coaching practice on the basis of this theory, which we haven't shown necessarily is related to coaching outcomes. And we never get to the complexity of coaching practice. We only reference it. Now, of course, there's no such thing as that. I just made it up. If anybody's written that down on a piece of paper, you'll feel really stupid now. There's no such thing as, it's the nearest I could come to. So it doesn't exist, but the practice exists. Where does this take us? You'd be wondering. Let me just mention pragmatism for a moment. The reference point for me here was an issue of Simon Jenkins' journal on naive pragmatism. It was called. There was a journal edition called that. Now, my immediate reaction was to say, are we going to get a follow-up one called naive constructivism or naive relativism? So why do we say naive pragmatism? I'll say it in a minute. I'm not trying to sell the epistemology of pragmatism. I'm trying to say that there may be some underlying principles there and approaches which we might find useful for interrogating coaching practice. Pragmatics is about the link between knowledge and change, or knowledge and action. So it emphasizes the practical consequences of an idea or a concept or findings. So when we investigate coaches or people, we're interested in a practical and a performative dimension that we're investigating. So a useful aphorism, the bit that's down at the bottom there, is that we don't want to know to find, we want to know to act. We don't just want to understand, we want to turn that into action, which is a particular kind of approach. So I'm not trying to say that there's value in it per se, but I am suggesting that we could look at some just very simple ideas which we could apply to coaching research. A focus on the implications of research. I, like many of the people in the room, will review papers for journals. And so I'll have a hugely long rationale and very selective, usually, review of literature, which takes up about 2/3 of the paper. And then the discussion and the conclusions are stuck on at the end. Well, you need to rebalance that. Yes, you have to defend what you're doing, and it has to be contextualized in academic terms, but the implications, the discussion, the recommendations have to be given some emphasis, as well as what I was saying before about being meaningful and relevant. Also, we should be looking at the difference between intention and practice. And I know that my colleagues here in the front row were talking about that in the last presentation, about investigating as a priority. What is it that the coaches are intending to do? What are their goals? What were they trying to do? Now, not just what are broad goals and using that as a kind of, yes, I've asked the question, but what exactly were they trying to achieve in any moment or series of moments? And I don't see that in research papers very often. I don't see what was this practice intended to be, not just what did it turn out to be. The third one is utility, and utility gets a bad name, but when you talk about, and it's very heavily prevalent in pragmatism, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to pay any attention to context and consequence. So just because we call it utility doesn't mean that we don't put it in a context and look at the consequences of the action. You can still make a judgment about utility. So research which doesn't have context, it's difficult for you then to identify the coach's practice, in my view. We very rarely ask the question, what happened next? Consequence, what happened next in terms of the research, in terms of your inquiry? So the naive part of pragmatism is usually reduced to the what works. Well, yes, if that's the only question you ask, I'm not sure that that's necessarily a good question to ask on its own. But it seems to me that as a shortened version of pragmatism, it's a naive approach to a naive question. What works is not about just given solutions or standard responses. It's not unreasonable for a coach to ask what works, to be interested in what works. What we have to, and in particular the bit that I've already mentioned that I think is often missing, which is the athlete outcome, the athlete performance outcome. Coaches are interested in that. I think we should all be interested in that, which I think we've already seen is missing from a lot of the research that we do. So I think we can still ask some critical questions. I think some of our theorists, and that means most of you in the room, I think you're in danger of railing against research that doesn't even produce the answers that you don't want. You follow that? Where does that leave us? It leaves me looking at the clock. These big basketball clocks are very useful. You can see it on the wall. Where does that leave us? It means there's a bit on the back of the page that I've got time to go through. I think one of the favourite pastimes we have as practitioners is problematizing coaching practice. An entirely laudable thing to do. But we seem to be preoccupied with the precursors to practice and the perceived shortcomings in relation to some particular, often isolated theory or theoretical position. But coaches cope with the here and now. They have to cope with the here and now. There's no alternative to coping with it. They can manage, they can juggle, they can orchestrate, they can accommodate. And yes, to researchers, sometimes it may seem that they are navigating an easy path, and it's a path that's less reflected upon, or it's a less critical route that they are navigating. And yes, there's a coercive element to lots of high-performance sport. The data collected and how the data is used, one-directional decision-making, surveillance, control. There's an agenda there which I would recognise. But don't be deceived. Coaches are clever people. They're aware of the social forces that act upon them. The fact that they can't change them in the here and now doesn't mean that they're not thinking about it. They understand how their own resources are fallible and where they were developed from. They do reflect continually. They are aware of the institutional pressures that bear upon them. But they can't change everything in that here and now. So it's not unreasonable for us to investigate that. How are they coping with that here and now? We do continue to deconstruct. We deconstruct practice. And it was hugely refreshing to hear Robin last night talking about reconstructing practice. Coaches don't work with the bits. They work with the whole thing. And at times we need to take it apart to put it back together again. But we have to remember to put it back together again and investigate how we're doing that. What am I suggesting? I know that you all carry out excellent research, and we do it with very good professional expertise. This is not a complaint. Just because I've got a platform to say something, I'm not complaining about it. But you are also a research community, a research network. Very many influential people here, influential within organisations, within their own institutions. I think we could rebalance some of the research we're doing. I'm not saying change what you're doing, I'm saying as a whole community, perhaps in what we encourage others to do, we could look for some balance in the things that I've been suggesting. I don't think it would be naive to ask for more research carried out in situ on coaches and their practice, on the consequences of coaching in terms of athlete performance, to move beyond interviewing to more creative methods, that we demonstrate greater humility in the way that we reference other people's work and our own place in the cosmos, that we value research that has a practical consequence, and that we are more circumspect about generalising about coaching without context. And we don't shy away from asking what works. Perhaps in this way we will reconnect with the practitioner. You may have been wondering about my last slide and the heading that I used. I've been reading a book on the historicity of Jesus. Was there a real person called Jesus? And partly what it looks at is the value of the Bible as a historical document. The Bible's aim is not to tell us something about history. It's a historical tale. It might seem to me that we could think of sport coaching a wee bit in the same way. While I'm not sure that some of our coaching research tells us much about coaching practice, it tells us more about the disciplinary lens, about the authors, and about the authors' thinking, conceptual frameworks. I think Julian's epistemic fallacy is alive and well. I think the Bible analogy is telling. The authenticity of the Bible as a historical source was validated by the use of the Bible as historical source material. It was a tautological position. And I think we're in danger of doing something the same with coaching research. Does that ring bells? The reality of coaching is that it's I wish I could write. The reality of coaching is presumed to be as our disciplinary but fallible and partial lens sees it. We account for it, but we can only account for it in those fallible and partial ways. We then use this as a reference point to say, but the reality falls short. The reality is what it is. So is our coach, like Abraham and Isaac and Ruth and Moses, a mythical person? The real reason I mentioned this, I hope I'm not upsetting anybody in the audience. The debate wasn't about what the conclusions were, it was about the approach taken to the research. The writers made this quote: "Attempts to say what we could really know about the historical Jesus actually told us more about the authors than about the person they sought to describe. The authors seem to have looked into the well of history," that's why the well's up there, "searching for Jesus, but seen their own reflection." I wonder if there's a danger in sports coaching research that it tells us more about our researchers and their schools of thought than it does about sports coaching itself. So I hope that when you look into the well, you find sports coaches and you find sports coaching and you don't find yourself looking back. Thank you for listening.
John, thank you. Amazing. We do have time for a few questions. I'm sure there's
No, we
some in
don't.
the audience. Who would like to kick us off?
Not at this time, they don't.
Thanks, John. I'm really fascinated by what you mean by athlete outcomes, because I think a well thought out notion of athlete outcomes is very different to win-loss records. I think there's a danger if we start saying athlete outcomes, we talk about right, this coach is effective or this practice work, because these
No, I mean, it's a simple answer. I don't mean win-loss records. When I say performance, I mean literally performance. So is the performance better? Are they, if they were intending to improve technique, if they were intending to improve their thinking about tactics, if they were intending to have a different kind of psychological approach to a game in terms of preparation, or anything of that sort, is it better because of what the coach was doing?
So change in athletes.
Change, I mean, we could call it learning, we can call it change, but I just used the shorthand athlete performance.
John, I submitted a paper last Friday and...
Oh, too late for 2018.
The biggest fear for me was that I sent it to one of the leading coaches in my area. And he said, oh, that was amazing, I understood it, I really got it. And I thought, that's the kiss of death of it. Because he said, oh, I'll use this in a workshop I'm doing, that's really, really helpful. It makes sense to me. So the fear and the dichotomy is that needs to get beyond the gatekeepers. So how do we break down that dichotomy in which over the last few days we've heard about some really nice research. A few times I've been asking the question, so what? Is that not over intellectualising a problem or whatever? But these people have been socialised through a particular way which gives them the best chance for publication. So how do you think we can break down that barrier to changing what is meaningful research?
I mean, the first response is it's going to take us another hour. We will not change, no, well, I'm going to say we will change a wee bit. There is the imperative to produce papers in a certain way. And if you don't, like I often get, you'll get the paper sent back to you with scribbles all over it saying it's not good enough because. And it's generally not good enough because they don't say because it's not applied or because it's not applicable. It's because it doesn't follow an academic paradigm that journal editors know what they mean by. We've spoken for 40 years, as far as I can remember, about the notion of having academics here and practitioners here. And I know, in fact, Robin mentioned it last day, there shouldn't be, coaches are thinkers, academics are practicing people, that we shouldn't be putting them in those boxes. But there's room for something in the middle, which is a translation into practice, in context. So not just taking one paper in context, but taking a group of papers and saying, what's the message from this group of papers for practicing people in this context? And I think there are some, like the International Journal, the Sports Coaching Journal, where you start to talk about having practice papers and reflections from coaches, which are moving in that direction to say, well, we'll take a different kind of paper because we're looking for it to be very applied and very meaningful to the people who are reading it. And it's the same with blogs and online stuff. So yeah, it's about translation. It's about transferability of knowledge into something useful. But rather than just translating a paper, I think we do need some writers who are able to take a group of papers and tell us what the implications are for practice in hopefully some meaningful kind of way. That's just a short, tiny bit of an answer, that's all. Sorry, Don.
Brilliant. Do we have one more?
No, Brian. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, so in skimming those maybe 170 papers or so, which one of them stood out to you and made you smile? The one that talked about a Foucauldian warm-up. There's your answer. There were some really good and interesting papers. There was some real rubbish. You thought, how does ever get that? How can I not get published when they're when that got in? No, there were some poorish bits of work. There was a whole, there were things coming from journals I don't think I'd ever heard of, and more online journals now. So there was stuff coming from all over. But I did look at it and think, oh, there's some good messages in there. That's solid. So there were good messages. But the only time I laughed was the Foucauldian warm-up.
true. I think you agree they've been a fantastic. I do have a few thank yous and then just a few prizes. I promise you this will take less than 5 minutes, and then we're going to get you on the road. But it would be remiss of me not to say thank you to a number of people. Firstly, they're not actually here. I expected them to be. Our amazing admin team who got dropped with some of this stuff at the last minute. That was another story. But they have been fantastic. So we'll thank them and we'll pass our little gifts on to them. But I also need to thank our postgraduate student helpers, who I think you'll agree have been really fantastic this week. So if you give them a round of applause. And in particular, I gave 2 of them particular leadership tasks, which I think they've done really well. So Rosie and Harley, I've just got a little gift for you. If you'd come and get that. It's not cash. And would you do the honours? Why did you all book? Oh, sorry. It's not. These books and the prizes for the presentations were donated by Cambridge Scholars, which we're really grateful for. So thank you. Another thank you to the amazing live stream crew who've been doing their job quietly and efficiently. If you've checked into the live stream, it's just fantastic. And that will be there when you get home. So if there's anything you missed, everything that has gone on in this room is on that live stream for you to review. So please do make use of that. I think that's a real advance in our conference, which is, and I'm truly grateful for their work on that, guys. Thank you very much. Which leads us to just 3 prizes that we're going to give, which we have put together with the advice of the chairs of sessions and strategically placed mystery shoppers. And we've coordinated those, and we've established some criteria. So Professor Chris Cushion, Andrew Jones, and John Lyle are going to present those for us. So guys, if you can come up, and then we'll invite 3. If you did in front of us, Chelsea can get a picture, that would be great. No, I won't do that. So again, we've got a really generous gift voucher here from Cambridge Scholars, which we're grateful for. But the winner of the best extended seminar, and these were the seminars that we invited particularly, and to put an awful lot of effort, obviously, to putting their seminar together. And that goes to Julian North and Bologna. If you come to a pose in front, that would be really helpful. Postgraduate presentation, obviously, was only limited to those who are still studying for their Masters or Doctorate Award, and that award goes to Jack Bolton. And I'm scanning around and I can't see it at the moment. The best overall presentation, which incorporated everybody, postgraduate students and everybody else, the best oral presentation, that goes to Lauren Dowan. Who will accept this on her behalf.
Lauren, you've got a nice plan.
Just a couple of notices from us to finish. I want to thank you all for being fantastic delegates, and thank you for moving so swiftly between things. It's made our job really quite easy. We had a couple of questions, obviously. When's the next one is the big thing. And we will definitely be having a CRIC conference in 2 years' time, and you will find out very shortly where that's going to be. We're just debating that a little bit at the moment, but we will hopefully know very soon, and there will be one. There might even be some maybe one-day events in the next 12 months or so. We'll let you know as soon as possible. But in your conference planning schedules, make sure you bank this in for 2 years' time. Apart from that, I'm looking at people thinking, do I need to say anything else? I think that's all I need to say. Guys, get on the road. Get out of Worcester before 4:30 is my advice to you.